Right, sir. That's why I told not to admit.
Prithvi, I can't share and start the recording at the same time. So I'll start the recording first and then share my screen.
1 second, Siddharth. Yeah. So now we can add people, and you can start the recording as well.
Yep, started.
Yeah. So we can add the people now. I'll just admit all. Please share the screen.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We will be starting the conference exactly at 3:30. We thank you for your cooperation and patience. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We'll be starting the conference shortly, exactly at 3:30 p.m. Until then, we thank you for your patience and cooperation.
Amitabh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, good.
Welcome.
How many people have joined today?
We are more than 100 already, but
Wow,
we are more than 100 already, but we expect more than 400, 300.
I know, I can imagine. That's good. But I think you have to tell people to keep their muting their video
Yes.
because
That my friends will do that, sir.
Okay, all right. Talk to you later. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Can the host hear me? Amitabh, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Khosla, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
How many logged in?
$75 have logged in, $77 have logged in right now.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Before we start the conference, I'd like to make a couple of announcements regarding the conference proceedings. I thank wholeheartedly to everyone for joining us, and please keep your microphones and video on mute or on off mode during the proceedings of the conference, except for the speakers. Any questions or comments may please be shared using the Zoom chat option at any time during the dialogue. We will consolidate the questions for the Q&A discussion at the end of each session. Please be advised that this conference will be broadcasted live on YouTube and recorded for sharing on other platforms. We will share the feedback forms during the conference in the chat box, so your feedback is very valuable to us. And if you would like a participation certificate, please click so. We officially welcome you to the online Climate Economic Conference that is organized by Energy, Environment and Climate Change, that is the EECC vertical of Pune International Center. PIC is a think tank in its 10th year, which focuses on public policy research, advocacy in diverse areas like technology, social innovation, governance, national security, social sciences, as well as energy, environment, and climate change. I would now like to invite Professor Malik to please give his welcome remarks to open up the conference, and also invite and share a little bit of brief introduction to Dr. Rajiv Kumar for his inaugural address.
All right. Thank you, Siddharth. I'm Amitabh Malik. Let me very cordially welcome all those who have joined in, and particularly the invited speakers, to this PIC Climate Economic Conference on the topic of energy, environment, and economic growth, emerging challenges. This is a two-day deliberation that will go on today and tomorrow, and we have almost 500 people who are participating. Not all will be there every time, but I'm sure there will be many at any given time. So therefore, I'll repeat the request made by Siddharth to keep your video particularly and audio on mute unless really required or unless you are speaking. So we begin with an address by none other than the Vice Chairman of the NITI Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Kumar. As luck would have it, he had to be traveling today at this time, so we have recorded his message, a full 18-minute address. And we will start with that. But before that, let me say a few words of introduction, although I think everybody knows Dr. Rajiv Kumar. Dr. Rajiv Kumar is a renowned Indian economist who served as the economic advisor to the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance from 1992 to 1995. And he also served as a senior fellow to the Center for Policy Research, Delhi from 2012 to 2017. Dr. Kumar is the Chancellor of the Gokhale Institute of Economics and Politics in Pune, and he is the founding director of the Pehle India Foundation, a non-profit research organization that specializes in policy-oriented research and analysis. And that's what we also try to do at PIC. Of course, we all know that Dr. Rajiv Kumar is currently serving as the Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog. Practically, he's the boss of the Niti Aayog today. And we are very fortunate to have him with us through this recording. So Siddharth, could you please start the recording?
Namaskar, Dr. Mr. Amitabh Malik, Dr. Kelkar, my former boss, Dr. Mashelkar, and all the trustees of the Pune International Center. My heartiest congratulations to you for organizing this unique EEE E3 conference on energy, environment, and economy. This is an issue which needs all our attention, and it cannot be overemphasized how much we require to focus on, if you like, this triple bottom line, because without this focusing on this triple bottom line, I don't think we will be able.
Siddharth, can you please share the video again?
Namaskar, Dr. Mr. Amitabh Malik, Dr. Kelkar, my former boss, Dr. Mashelkar, and all the trustees of the Pune International Center. My heartiest congratulations to you for organizing this unique EEE E3 conference on energy, environment, and economy. This is an issue which needs all our attention, and it cannot be overemphasized how much we require to focus on, if you like, this triple bottom line, because without this focusing on this triple bottom line, I don't think we will be able to achieve either our growth targets or even the aspirations of our younger generation, because we are really, if we don't focus on them, we are really using up our future, which we will hand over to our young next generations, and that's just simply not feasible, neither desirable. So once more, congratulations to the Pune International Center for organizing this, and especially to Mr. Malik, who is the spirit behind this. I think it's the most necessary focus that we have today on the development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a reality. Irrespective of what anybody might say and what the outgoing President of the United States may have said, and what some other, if you like, Philistines might claim or argue, it is a reality. It is upon us. It's something that you cannot deny. The overshoot day, the Earth overshoot day, happened on July 19, 2017. And we know that if we carry on with business as usual, we will not have a planet to live on. And I think that's something that we all need to be conscious of. We also need to be conscious of that climate change and preventing irreparable, irreversible damage to our environment is a public good, is a global public good. So we can't do it alone. We have to all come together. each one of us. And within our country, I think every citizen of this country is a stakeholder in this movement for preventing further climate damage as we go on. So therefore, I think the more we can spread this awareness, the more we can take it to every child in every school, the better off we will be, because I think it is through them that we'll be able to educate even our older generations who sometimes overlook the necessity for balancing environment with our needs because in their own quest for a higher level of living. But we must recognize that the higher level of living, our own development goals and agenda now faces a real carbon constraint. Carbon constraint is a binding constraint. It's not, and a binding constraint in economic terms is defined as one which has to be addressed if you need to achieve your objective function, if you need to achieve your goals. And carbon constraint, therefore, is a binding constraint, and our development model must take full cognizance of it, both in the industry and in the government circles. And I think it's equally, responsibility is equally shared between the industry and the government, and I dare say also within the civil society, because we need to change our own ways of doing things, in terms of conserving the resources that we have, not wasting them, and sometimes actually reverting back to our earlier practices, where recycling was a tradition, was an inherent practice in all households. Where we always took care of planting more trees, because it was said that you planted more trees for your grandchildren, and that was the model that we followed, which we are tending to forget in our sort of westernized consumerist sort of behavior. So I really want to say that it has to become the business of the government, the industry, and the civil society and our householders if we want to achieve this, because again, like many things, we will not be able to prevent irreparable environment damage unless we make this triple conjunction as a mass movement. As sometimes the Prime Minister says, unless we convert it into a Jan Andolan. And I think that's what one of the principal messages that I want to leave is that we have to move out of our conference rooms and into the streets and into the colonies and into the localities and into the factories and the offices to say that, look, this is what we need to do today to safeguard our tomorrow. And I think this is because, we can ignore it only at our peril at this stage. And I don't think, the good thing is that our own traditions, militate against such neglect. Our own traditions tell us to do this, to take care of our nature, because we have the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means that our own traditions are that man lives in nature and man doesn't live to conquer nature, which is the Occidental, the way of looking at things, that in terms of, Marxism ideology, the final contradiction between man that we face is between man against nature. That's not our way of looking at things. Our way of looking at things is to balance our lives, with nature. And we, that our traditions have been that Prakriti is one of the primary, one of the sort of principal, pillars of our existence. And I think, therefore, we must look back into our own traditions and say as to how man will again balance his life, her life, with nature. And this is very sort of possible because our own economic model, the Indian economic model, is not based on insatiable demands, which is what Adam Smith has given us. That economics is a dismal science because, limited means change unlimited demands. That's not been our model. Our model has been that of rational demands. Our model has been of finding satisfaction in what we have and not just keep chasing, material consumption and material, possessions. And that's the one that we need to build today. Because if we do that, and if we glorify once again a life of balance, a life of satisfaction, a life whereby we tend to take care of the nature around us, I think we can achieve what the conference's goals are. But I say that, and why is this conference so important, and why should we focus on that, is that we don't have the luxury of spoiling the nature today and retrofitting it tomorrow. We may have done it in the past. We may have converted the river Thames into a river of acid, and we might have had tons of mercury in the Bay of Tokyo in the past, and then we could have retrofitted it and so on. But that luxury, unfortunately, is not with us any longer, because we've already reached, as it were, a tipping point. With 4 tons of carbon already per capita, and with our carbon CO2 content being at 415 plus particles per ppm now, that's just not possible. Today we face a situation where if we spoil it further, then we will tip over, and we will get into these very catastrophic changes and events that we are now beginning to see. I have witnessed one myself, and I want to bring that up, and which is what happened to the mighty Amu Darya, to the Oxus River, by extracting so much water from it for a canal in Turkmenistan, that the river dried up before it reached the Aral Sea. And that's a fact. I mean, people can go and see it. As a result of which, the southern part of the Aral Sea completely dried up, because it had no supply of water any longer. And all the salts that were accumulated on the bed of the Aral Sea, the southern Aral Sea, became exposed to the ground, and they swirled around in the environment, bringing about huge pulmonary lung-related diseases in countries like Uzbekistan and parts of Turkmenistan. So that's, we know that will happen. And this again can happen to us, because we are now faced with a water emergency. I mean, Niti Aayog has brought this out very clearly, that if we don't take care of our water resources, the way we use our water, there will be thousands and thousands of villages, where the aquifers will be completely spoiled. You will get arsenic and fluoride, etc. So these are things which are upon us. The emergency is upon us, and we don't have the luxury of saying, oh, let's go ahead and do business as usual and we'll retrofit it later on. So our development model has to create this balance between the three: the energy, the environment, and the economy as we go forward. I'm glad that you have focused on energy, because energy does account for, I think, about 70% of the carbon emissions in the atmosphere today. And I think it also resonates very well with what our Prime Minister has said since the day he took office. I mean, our own nationally determined targets for the Paris conference reflect this. They are a testimony to the fact that this government is very conscious of these problems, and therefore, and also the Prime Minister has moved to create a global solar alliance, has been in the same direction, and now his appeal that there is one world and one sun and one and one grid, I think really clearly reflects his commitment to saying that we will have to tackle this as a global public good. Imagine if we did have one global grid, how amazingly that would benefit all of us as we go forward. Now, therefore, but the good news, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that in the energy sector, we now have options available. We now have feasible, technologically and economically, commercially feasible options available to move out of the fossil-based energy model that we have lived on for the last 250 years. And I'm glad, you must already know, but I'm glad to report that the last bid that we have for solar power came in at ₹2 per kilowatt hour, and at ₹2.01, and which makes it, really competitive with all the thermal power generation that you can do, and even with storage for 24/7 power availability, the cost is about now ₹4, very close to what you will get from the very high ash content coal in our country. And if you include the washing and the beneficiation and carbon sequestration, I think this will become cheaper. So solar power is becoming viable. Therefore, we have ramped up the target to 450 gigawatts by 2030. I think we can even do better than that, and we can not only achieve, but overachieve our Paris commitments. But solar is not the only game in town. There is wind. Just yesterday, I was taking a review of what is the availability for our wind energy, for our tidal energy, and for our waste to energy models. Now, I've just recently, supported, and I'm happy to report that the Indian Oil IOC is going to put up a pilot plan to use waste, municipal waste, to energy, plant very soon, and this will come into this will start producing by the end of next year. And this is a technology which uses plasma level to raise the level temperatures to there, which has been developed by our own Indians in the United States, and they put up a plant already in the state of Virginia, and they are putting up the plants here. So there are several options now to move away from fossil-based energy. I think the storage technology, a lot has been done, and there's now a company, youngsters from IITs who got 12 patents where they are recycling batteries and recovery levels of 95%, and therefore lithium and cobalt and others can be available as we go forward, and we may not have to depend even on those imports. Friends, because PIC is so active, I want to draw your attention to hydrogen, because that's the next frontier. And I think the hydrogen economy is going to be the game in town as we go forward. Niti Aayog has already organized two very, very important meetings. One of your members, Mr. Ravi Pandit, was there as a part of that meeting. And I tell you that we will focus more and more on green hydrogen as we go forward, on electrolysis, to generate hydrogen so that it can be decentralized and can be used in our transport sector, where a lot of energy is used. But friends, I want to appeal to you to start talking to the user industries like cement, like steel. I was in conversation with the CMD of Tata Steel yesterday, and they are saying that they can start injecting hydrogen in their blast furnaces. The user industries will have to come together to try and create the basis for the hydrogen economy to raise its consumption and demand level in our economy. And I'm happy to see that there is some work already happening. Tata Energy Research Institute has brought out a very good study which shows the difficulty of switching to hydrogen, but also shows the possibility and the feasibility of the hydrogen study. So I think PIC would do very well to focus a lot more attention now on hydrogen, because that's the next frontier, and we want to be out there. India should be there, India can be there, and I think that's the frontier that we need to conquer. Friends, before I conclude, I need to draw your attention to one other thing, which is, yes, the future we will tackle. But what about trying to reduce the carbon content in the atmosphere already? Can we do that? And I think we need to do, because I think otherwise by the time this happens, we come to some solutions, it might be too late. And I have found one particular method which I'm pushing now in Niti Aayog, and I'll be addressing a FAO conference in the afternoon, which is the switch to chemical-free agriculture, which is the switch to natural farming, which is the switch to agroecology, because there is now mounting hard evidence that once you start using agroecology, once you give up chemical-based industrial farming, as it has been called, then you can improve the soil carbon content of the soil. Now there are fields after fields where this evidence is being collected by agricultural universities. I have now in conversation with 18 of them, and that's the way to go. That's the way to do carbon sequestration in a natural way without reducing our productivity or yields. So natural farming, which is being propagated by somebody quite close to Pune, Subhash Palekar ji from Amravati, is not so close, but lots of practices are being done in Maharashtra and Nasik and so on. Again, I think PIC will do very well to focus on the environmental advantages, benefits, consequences of shift to natural farming, to chemical-free farming, because that's the way, that's the only option in my view at the moment to try and bring back, as it were, the carbon concentration in our atmosphere. I think we in India have the talent, we have the capability, we have the commitment to be able to achieve this triple bottom line. And I once again congratulate Mr. Malik and the Pune International Center for organizing this conference and focusing on this very important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful and inspiring inaugural address. I would now like to introduce Dr. Amitav Malik, who is the convener for the conference. So the ECC vertical is led by Professor Amitav Malik, and it was started in 2018. It focuses on climate policy and outreach for climate action. A founder member and trustee of Pune International Center, he is also the convener for the conference. A Padma Shri awardee for his work in laser technology, Professor Malik is a defense scientist who has been actively working in energy, environment, and climate change for almost 2 decades. I would now like to kindly request Professor Malik to speak a few words and set the tone for the agenda for the conference.
Yes, thank you, Siddharth. That was a wonderful opener from Dr. Rajiv Kumar, who gave us such a comprehensive understanding of where we stand and how precarious it is for us to start our work for climate action and for repairing the economy together. So I have 10 minutes to share some thoughts as an introduction, as a setting the agenda. So first of all, of course, our intention is to find correlation, interrelation between the energy dynamics, environment stability, and economic progress. Mankind is already struggling in what we call the climate challenged world, with multiple simultaneous disruptions, both environmental and economic. For years, we were under the impression that protecting the environment would be an impediment for economic growth, economic progress, but that is no longer true, because thanks to technology and innovation, we now have the combined capacity for sustained economic performance while also reducing the climate risks, both simultaneously. Chasing the GDP growth at the cost of Earth's resources is no longer viable. Also, the Earth's temperature getting warmer than 2 degrees centigrade vis-a-vis the industrial average is also not acceptable even for economic progress. So we also know that what is going on today, the emissions have not slowed down. So any further global warming will certainly destabilize the environmental almost irreversibly, and consequent climate disasters and economic recoveries will cost a huge amount of money. It is said by researchers that every dollar invested today on climate action will provide over 5 times benefits by 2030, just a matter of 10 years. So I feel like asking a question, can climate change or climate change crisis be recognized as a blessing in disguise? Will that unite mankind to live in peace with nature and with each other? We are almost at that kind of a crossroad. Yeah, another dimension of the EEE conference that we are talking about is the interrelationship of the human health and well-being, particularly for the young generation of today and tomorrow, that will have to face up with a very trying future. The Earth's environment is not stabilized quickly. It would shrink the comfort zone of mankind. Normal life will be dominated by struggle for survival with hardly any time or energy for economic progress. And that's exactly what we saw during the recent COVID disruption. Climate economic impact will be different for different nations, different regions, creating extreme tension and uneven societal stress that will cause conflicts, even wars. Post-COVID economic recovery presents a great opportunity for us to make a course correction, if I may call it, for moving towards a more resilient and green economic strategy. We are talking about changing our mindset for doing something very differently. This decade is the only opportunity that we have, and this is what many people have said. Unless we do that, we are going to face a very bad situation. And building such a future starts with smart spending from today. Of course, money is required, but the money must be channelized in the smart spending. So climate economics is the word that we are talking about. I'm not sure whether it's how correct, but what we mean is that the climate change or the environmental destabilization is affecting the economic resilience, economic progress, and that's the topic we are talking about. So root cause today is actually the unrealistic economic aspirations. That is what has been driving the mankind, the civilization, modern civilization, to where we are today. World Bank estimates that pollution in India is costing the country over $55 billion per year. Climate-related events across the globe in 2018 caused total loss of about 350 billion. Globally, 87% of the cities are in breach of WHO air pollution guidelines, which means billions worldwide are actually exposed to dirty air, toxic emissions due to burning of fossil fuel. Investing in low carbon economy, low carbon solutions for the transport sector alone can save 2.8 gigatons of carbon emission by 2050, providing direct economic benefits of the order of $10.5 trillion by 2050. Land use reforms alone can deliver about 30% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030. Stopping deforestation and restoring forests can of course cost something quite a lot, 7 billion. But then by 2030, if we actually do that, it can remove 7 million tons of CO2, which is equivalent to removing something like 1.5 billion cars from the road. Restoring 350 million hectares of degraded land could cost about 23 to 67 billion dollars. However, it could also deliver an estimated $170 billion in economic benefit. So the balance is always now weighing for economic progress only with climate stabilization, environmental stabilization. Finally, investing in new technology and practices can significantly reduce upfront cost of sustainable infrastructure, benefiting both rich and the poor. So if we look at some of the facts of the economic facts, climate action investment to about 23 trillion is emerging market by 2030. Land use reforms alone can deliver about 30% reduction in greenhouse gases. Nearly 50 countries have now committed to using only renewable energy by 2050. Business community is also accelerating efforts to reduce climate change impacts. 130 institutional investors representing about 17 trillion in assets are now calling for capital markets and regulators to improve climate visibility, climate performance visibility, and risk detection, risk disclosures. Renewals are likely to make up to 2/3, that is 60% of the total global investment in new power plants, and that will become the single largest additional energy by 2040. Investing in new technologies and practices can significantly reduce upfront costs. The stable Earth environment has now been instrumental in all our progress, but now the Anthropocene impacts are threatening that same stability. Balancing economic and environmental compulsions have now become extremely crucial for protecting human well-being and sustaining economic progress. I was almost tempted to say that, of course, climate crisis is serious, but even if the climate crisis were not so serious, today we are at a crossroad where for saving our economy, saving our economic progress, maintaining our progress forward, we need to change our way of doing. Therefore, hopefully this conference will lead us to some discussion towards defining the contours of the integrated climate economic policy that can address not just the urgent need of sustainable economic recovery, which is what we are trying today, but it should also support a new green growth pathway. Without this, and if we don't do this, life on Earth will be very difficult for the young generation of today, and that's almost a given. I don't want to, but we can look at some of the quotes of the famous people. Can I have those quotes on the display? Atiti? Yeah, can we have that here? Okay, and expand. So, UN Secretary General has said that Aditi, may I ask you to read this? I'm not able to read this. Aditi or Siddharth, can you just read the 7 quotes?
Sure, sir.
Yeah, please.
According to the General Secretary of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, the climate emergency is a race we are losing, but it is a race we can win. Aditi, can you please go back? Yeah. So the climate emergency is a race that we are losing, but it is a race that we can win. The climate crisis is caused by us, and the solutions must come from us. We have the tools, and the technology is on our side. Mr. Barack Obama, who's the ex-president of the United States, has said that there is an issue that will define the contours of this century, and more dramatically than any other, and that is the urgent and growing threat of climate change. Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, has said that climate change. Aditi, can you please go back? Yeah, climate change knows no borders, and it will not stop before Pacific Islands and the whole of the international community here shoulders the responsibility.
Can you jump to the 7th quote, last quote?
Yeah, so the last quote is said by Dr. Sir David Attenborough. We have been putting things off here. Sorry, sir, I'm not able to see the last quote due to some technical issues. Maybe we can move on.
Okay, thank you for that. What David Attenborough has said, who has been a climate observer, climate scientist, and nature lover, he has said that we are putting off action thinking that we can catch up. But he says the time is run out. We need to do something very serious. So let me close my so-called introduction here. Let me just use the other slides. Aditi, can you put those slides? So just to give a little kind of a feel as to what you are up to, the first session today will be about identifying interrelationship between climate, environment, and economy. Next slide, Aditi. The second session will be about low carbon economy and how that can benefit what we want to achieve. Yeah, low carbon economy for green growth. The third session will be on changing energy dynamics for India. And the fourth session will be actually a panel discussion to search for a pathway for an environment economic policy. And this is how we are going to work towards this objective. Objective is to create an awareness for a proactive policy that can combine and synergize the environmental priorities with the economic priorities. So let me stop here. Siddharth, back to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone for the agenda of the conference. Each of these 4 sessions plays a significant role in the conference. So we will now start by introducing the first session. So in the first session, the interrelationship between environment and economics is what we're going to discuss. We will try to understand the implications of environment and economy being at crossroads and also moving away from that to building a maximum synergy among them. So I would now like to introduce our first speaker.
Allow me to butt in and welcome my 3 invited speakers, Dr. Chirag Dhara, Dr. Ramprasad Sengupta, and Dr. Nulkar. Okay, please go ahead.
Yep.
Welcome from.
All right.
Yeah.
I would now like to introduce Dr. Chirag Dhara for the first talk on environmental consequences of limitless economic growth. Dr. Chirag Dhara is a physicist and climate scientist currently working at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. He is one of the authors of India's first comprehensive climate assessment report released in 2020 and is a contributing author to the next major IPCC report expected to come out in 2022. Thank you very much for joining us today. Over to you, sir.
Hi, Siddharth, thanks so much. And Professor Malik, thanks to you as well. Good evening, everyone. So let me share my screen. Yeah. In this talk, I'm going to talk about the 2 major crises that we humans have precipitated, the climate crisis and the ecological crisis, and how they relate to our economic system. Both of these crises are so vast in their scale that it can be very hard to wrap our heads around it, to really understand what it means to us as not just in the global sense, but also us. It's hard to visualize and personalize. And in the next 2 slides, I would like to do that, try to do that. Fair warning, they're going to be slightly jarring, but I think it's really useful to get a sense of what it is we are looking at. This here is a mummified body of a climate Mexican. His company got buried in an avalanche 55 years ago, before this photograph was taken, so in 1959. This photograph is from 2015. And these bodies, which have been buried for decades, have started to emerge from the snow and ice. And the reason that's happening is because of ice loss and glacial retreat because of global warming. This is not an isolated phenomenon. The same reports are emerging from the Himalayas, the Alps. So all of this, it's a manifestation of the huge global problem that is the climate crisis. Let's look at the next one here. This kangaroo baby, you will notice that its feet are bandaged. It was rescued from the Australian wildfires in 2020, which they were raging about a year from today, year before today. This was one of the luckier ones. More than 1 billion animals died in those wildfires, aside from, of course, the major consequences for humans, for infrastructure, and so on. These wildfires were record-breaking in their scope and scale and their intensity, and they followed one of the most extreme droughts in Australian history. And that is the sort of thing that is made much likelier, much more intense by global warming. And it's easy to understand why. Rising temperatures, dried out soils, more intense droughts. You have a fire, it ignites, and it stays ignited. So why is all this happening? That's the content of this talk. And that's why the title, The Environmental and Other Consequences of Limitless Economic Growth. Of course, I haven't yet made the connection between what we've just seen, the images we've seen, which are manifestations of the larger problems, and our economic systems. So that's what I'm going to do now. And for that, we need to take a detour and go into the human appropriation of the Earth's natural resources. Let's start with something which most of us are familiar with. This, what you're looking at here, is the last 200 years of global fossil fuel use. These are global numbers. This is the entire world put together. This is roughly present day, and this starts from 1800. And you can see how our use of fossil fuels has increased dramatically, exponentially, in the true mathematical sense of the word exponential, rather than just an English expression. And I would like to draw your attention in particular to the 1950s, where you can see a very steep takeoff in the use. That's right after the Second World War. Metal production, global. Once again, a curve which goes up exponentially until, for the last 120 odd years. And once again, this very clear takeoff after the Second World War. We can look into a whole host of these resources. This is a global plastics production globally in the last 65 years. And we've gone up to 7 billion tons of plastic produced today. This is cumulative. That's why this curve looks so smooth. Freshwater use. Once again, you have, in the last 100 years, this exponential rise. There seems to be a slight flattening out here, but it's still rising at about 1% per year. And the levels are already at 4 trillion meters cubed of water use. Land, the same. This is the cropland extent. And once again, the exact same phenomenon. And of course, as all of these physical resources, not just water and land, but also metals, construction minerals, plastics, rubber, glass, you name it, paper, all of it growing exponentially, the natural consequences have been pollution. So here we are, what we are probably most familiar with, CO2 emissions since the 1850s. Unsurprisingly exponential. This is the, by the way, for the entire world, not disaggregated by country or anything. And unsurprisingly exponential, and unsurprisingly takes off very steeply right after the Second World War. Exactly what you would expect, because fossil fuel use has been growing extremely rapidly since then. But even the microplastic content in the surface ocean, you may have heard of this major problem we now have with microplastics being all over the global oceans. And even that has grown exponentially. We are using plastics in a huge way. It's not just contained in the products we use. We also use it to package the products we use. Now, why has this happened? That's the question, isn't it? here's the fundamental reason. The world's economy, which is generally measured by the GDP, the domestic product, gross domestic product, has grown exponentially ever since the Industrial Revolution. And that's what we are looking at over here. And might I point out that right here after the 1940s is this very steep takeoff, which has basically been the root cause of all of these other resources taking off exponentially and steeply. Why is this? What this increasing world economy has enabled is wealth. And that wealth has given rise to ballooning consumption. It's all the stuff that we own, the appliances, the electronics, the food we eat, the junk food we increasingly eat, the way we travel, private transport, flights, what we wear, the fashion industry, all of it. Everything that you see over here comes from raw materials, and the use of which has caused pollution. So what are the consequences of all this ballooning material growth? And for that, the more fundamental question we need to ask is, all of these products that we use, how do they come about? So let's sort of break this down and see how these come about. So step one, raw materials that go into all of these products are extracted. And the way extraction normally goes is through mining. Whether you talk about coal, whether you talk about lithium, gold, silver, magnesium, tungsten, you name it. All of those usually come from holes in the ground or from deep ocean mining. And in the process of making these mines, we invade and destroy natural habitats, because typically where they sit, there used to be forests, and we've destroyed those forests and all of the life that lived there, the wildlife, ecosystems damage and destruction. Second step, we use these resources, these raw materials, to build infrastructure. So things like power plants from where we draw energy, things like our roads and rail for transport, heavy and light industry to make the stuff that we use. Once again, to construct all of these, all of this infrastructure, we once again destroy the ecosystems that were there before the infrastructure came by, before we built them there, by destroying the ecosystems there. And then, of course, products are manufactured, so stuff like this. And in the manufacturing process, very often we use toxic chemicals or heavy metals, which are, mercury and lead and so on, which are also very, very harmful to human health. Now, we use and dispose of these products, right? In that process, we create all of this pollution. You may have heard that there are parts of the Pacific which are basically, they've got vast islands of floating plastic. They're basically a plastic garbage dump. That's that right there. And then, of course, if we release untreated effluents, chemical effluents into water bodies, that causes water pollution. We have landfills, and we have, you may know that we have this whole huge problem of electronic waste, which is building up, very hard to recycle. So then, of course, the problem that is air pollution. And by that, I mean not just particulate matter air pollution that we're all intimately familiar with in this country, but also greenhouse gases, which is what causes the climate crisis. Now, I deliberately left out greenhouse gases for now, because I would like to point out that greenhouse gas pollution, which causes the climate crisis, is just one of the many ways in which we are destroying the living world. Although that's what finds most expression in the media these days. And so the consequences are the ecological and climate crises of our resource extraction, raw material extraction, infrastructure construction, product manufacturing, its use and its disposal, in that order. Look at this, for example. Pollution in the water, or stuff that we, nets and so on, that that get lost in the water, pollution on land, This is a photograph of an oil slick, which affects marine wildlife, marine organisms. So all of this that you're seeing here is the human footprint, the human pollution footprint on the planet, which is destroying our wildlife and causing the ecological crisis. On the other hand, you have the climate crisis because of greenhouse gas emissions. Breaking heat waves, or rather the wildfires in Australia. There were also the record-breaking wildfires in California, which destroyed vast amounts of vast tracts of land, of infrastructure. This was in California, North America. Let's come to this part of the world. And what you're looking at here is a photograph that a friend of mine took. This is a primary school in the Sundarbans, where the Ganga and the Brahmaputra flow into the Bay of Bengal. This school was built very close to the coast. And 4 years back, the school was perfectly operational. And in just 4 years, the sea levels in the Bay of Bengal rose so rapidly that the school is completely destroyed. And not just the school, the water has come in over 100 meters further beyond the school and destroyed all of the agricultural land, not to mention dwellings that existed there. So those people have become essentially climate refugees. Of course, the sea level rise in the Sundarbans, it's complex. It's not just sea level rise because of global warming, but also for other developmental, quote unquote, developmental reasons, which have accelerated sea level rise in the Sundarbans. But the climate crisis is most certainly one of the important components there.
Sorry to butt in, Chirag, but your 15 minutes are nearing up.
Yeah, 1 minute, right? I'm done. 3-4 slides. So the end, sort of all of these crises, to summarize, are a direct result of the fundamentally extractive nature of our economic system. As long as we have resource demand, and by resources, I mean all raw materials, okay? As long as it keeps going up exponentially, that's unsustainable. And if the pollution, soil, water, air pollution, keeps going up exponentially, that's unsurvivable. So the minimum requirement for genuine sustainability is that our resource demand has all resources must flatline. That's the only way you can make the system sustainable. And in addition, all of the pollution must be extinguished to the extent that it can. And that is survivable. So this is what we really require. And yet, the mainstream narrative, it mandates limitless economic growth without any notion of sufficiency. And that's what poses one of the great challenges of our times now. Can an exponentially growing economy be sustained, and yet we solve the climate and ecological crises? And if that is indeed the case, if we believe that to be the case, how would we do that? And that's going to be the theme of the rest of this conference. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chirag, Dr. Chirag Dara, for such an insightful and really an eye-opener for all of us, I'm sure, of what kind of impact our activities are having on the environment. So next up, we would have the next session by Dr. Ramprasad Sen-Gupta. So Dr. Ramprasad Sen-Gupta is an emeritus professor of economics at the Jawaharlal Nehru University at New Delhi. He has been visiting faculty to universities in India, USA, Germany, etc., and is a former advisor to the Planning Commission, Government of India. I now request Professor Sen-Gupta to deliver his talk on environmental degradation and impacts on economic resilience. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. I would first of all like to thank Professor Amitabh Malik and the Pune International Center for inviting me to this conference to speak on the topic environmental degradation and impact of economic resilience. I intend to give here a broad overview of the ecological linkages of environmental degradation as induced by various types of human interventions and its feedback impact on the economic system in a large perspective. First of all, I begin my discussion on the topic by referring to a few illustrative extreme events in the natural and human system as recently experienced. First is COVID-19 pandemic, a zoonotic disease pandemic. Second is recent super cyclones as like Amphan in our east coast, which is unprecedented in terms of wind speed and devastation since 1737. And Nisarga on the west coast, again unprecedented since 1891.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we cannot see your presentation.
Sorry, I have to
Could you
share,
please
right?
share your screen? Yeah.
Okay, how can I do that? Okay, where do I get?
You would see a share screen option at the bottom of the Zoom page with an arrow going upwards.
That means I have to minimize the screen.
No. On the same Zoom screen, you would see an arrow going upwards at the bottom saying share screen. You can press on that and
Yes.
select the presentation.
Okay, I've select. Yes, one participant can share at a time.
Yeah, so please select your presentation for that.
Okay. Can you see now?
No, sir. Once you click on the presentation, there'll be an option on the bottom right that says share. So you have to click on that as well.
Right.
Yes.
Now can you see?
Yes, now we can see. Please turn on the slide share. The slideshow, sorry.
Yes. Is this
Yep,
okay?
thank you very much. Yes.
So should I, where from should I repeat?
You can continue from where you had stopped earlier.
Okay. I was talking about the super cyclones. First, I talked about COVID-19 zoonotic disease pandemic. This is one extreme event. Second is this recent super cyclones, heavy rainfall and cyclone like Amphan in our east coast, which is unprecedented in terms of wind speed and devastation since 1737. And on the west coast, we had the experience of Nisarga, which was also again unprecedented since 1891. These are obvious evidences of climate change due to changes in temperature on land and sea. Then there are forest fires, which have been experienced in the recent past, say, particularly in the state of Uttarakhand. 1,000 burning sites were there in 2019, although numbers have now come down. But we have to remember that global satellite data show, in fact, that vast tracts of land in Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, and Africa have been burning for quite a number of years. And we also know about in North America how California fires are destroying the natural world there. These illustrative events are in fact the expressions of the cumulative effect of environmental degradation as exceeding some threshold levels. I'm now showing the figure, which is showing the total worldwide number of all kinds of extreme events, disaster events, as recorded as growing over time. From 1970, there has been a secular trend of rising these this frequency till say around 2005. Then, of course, there is a declining trend, but still there are fluctuations. All the countries, I now focus on this COVID-19 pandemic, which is currently we are in. All the countries, in fact, have been affected by this zoonotic disease pandemic, and the socio-economic life has been derailed from its normal course everywhere. Among the countries, in fact, India has been in the second position as in November last. The most notable feature of this disease is its very fast spread. At the start of the lockdown in India, 25th March, the total number of confirmed cases was 563, and it spiked to almost 9 million on 19 November 2020. This reveals highly infectious nature of the disease and its very fast spread caused by highly nonlinear behavior of the ecosystem and possibly the Heisenberg type uncertainty principle driving mutations and the growth of the virus or the concerned organism beyond our comprehension. We do not have possibly adequate a priori knowledge and observations, and it may be true that some of the concerned objects are not measurable due to the uncertainty principle. What is happening? I'm not being able to go to the next slide. Okay, I have. What has happened essentially is that global heating, climate change, and destruction of the natural world and the natural world due to deforestation and massive change of land use have driven wildlife into the contact with humans due to their loss of habitats. Consequently, the current rate of loss of biodiversity on land in this age of Anthropocene is estimated to be 100 to 1,000 times faster than during any of the preceding geological age before the arrival of the Homo sapiens. Intergovernmental Platform of Biodiversity and Ecoservices, in its report of 2020, says that 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction, many within decades, which is ever more than ever in human history. Many new zoonotic diseases like SARS, MERS, COVID-19, avian flu, swine flu, Ebola, Nile flu, etc., have emerged during the last 20 to 25 years. They are all linked to the transmission of microbes from animals and other life forms to human beings. I'm getting stuck every time. Sorry. This is a graph which shows, sorry, there is some problem.
Yes, sir. What is the problem?
Now it is resolved. I have to go out from that presentation mode.
All right, you can continue.
Okay. Fundamental driving factor behind all these has been the imbalance between carrying capacity of the biosphere and the human demand for its appropriation for economic activities or ecological footprint exceeding it. Ecological footprint is estimated in terms of appropriation of photosynthetic land area required to meet various kinds of human demand for its uses, like crop production, grazing of livestock, forestry, fishing, carbon absorption due to fossil fuel burning, and development of industries, infrastructure, and township. These different types of land uses are normalized for aggregation in units of equivalent cropland area of average global photosynthetic productivity. The availability of land for such uses in similar normalized unit provides the measure of biocapacity, and the excess of ecological footprint over biocapacity is called the biodeficit. Now, what is the situation for the entire world globally today? If this green line be the one as the biocapacity, then the total ecological footprint has been growing since 1961, according to this figure, the total upper contour of this figure, Now these shades are different types of land use. Now the blue one, which is more than 50%, is really the carbon footprint, which is measured in terms of land area, which is required to absorb the excess of emission over what land, vegetation, forest, and ocean can absorb. And that, if I convert in terms of additional required forest area, that is the shaded area. And that is why the carbon footprint is more than half of the total ecological footprint. And that is why climate change has become the most important factor so far as the ecological degradation is concerned. The ecological footprint exceeded, in fact, the capacity, as we noticed around the early 70s or late 60s. We now, in 2016, we needed 1.7 unit of earth to ensure a balance between footprint and capacity. But one may question that how can the planet being a finite place, how can there be a biodeficit? How is it feasible? The biodeficit actually gets reflected in differential deficit for different types of use. And what happens is that market and state, the social preferences as reflected through the behavior of market and state, in fact, ensures a transformation of the land use, change of land use. So forest land gets converted into agricultural land, forest and agricultural land into industrial and land for industrial and infrastructural development. Similarly, similarly, water bodies, wetlands get also converted. But besides this, the overall deficit is reflected in the most important way in the deficit of photosynthetic forest area, which I called the carbon footprint. The notional measure of it is a notional measure. There is no land area we can show that this is the carbon footprint. But the physical counterpart of this consequence has been the accumulation of CO2 and GHG molecules in the upper atmosphere. The environmental degradation actually started 10 to 12,000 years ago with the onset of agricultural revolution and beginning of biodiversity loss and land degradation due to overuse of land and water. So this has started, the history is about 10 to 12,000 years. In fact, there was no environmental degradation in the first 99% of human history when man was a hunter-gatherer. Now, then, when the Industrial Revolution came, based on fossil fuel, this induced really the air pollution and global warming due to particulate and CO2 emission. So the consequence has been, on the one hand, biodiversity loss due to land use change and zoonotic diseases, and secondly, the climate change due to carbon footprint. And this is leading to the cyclones, fires, and devastations. But there is a third impact which we do not see physically, but which is there. There is a social impact, a huge social impact due to disparity between the rich and the poor because of the lack of adequate rights over the natural resources by the poor. The poor get a disproportionately smaller share of benefit of biocapacity in a situation of scarcity. This results in hunger, poverty, malnutrition, disease, and premature death. This is the gap between the ecological footprint and biocapacity. Biocapacity is the green one. This is for China, and this gives how things are changing. Now, the severity of such impact of ecological imbalance on human system, however, is accentuated by the nonlinearity and complexity of the functioning of ecosystems. Most of human activities involving land use change cause fragmentation, first of all, fragmentation of ecosystems, and then biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss reduces the resilience of the ecosystems in the event of any external shock. In the context of disease pandemic, biodiversity loss, in fact, creates niches for pathogens coming from animal bodies where they would be waiting, as if in the wings, in small numbers, to explode into large population whenever a suitable situation appears, and then creates condition for the new pathogens to evolve through mutations as part of nonlinear regeneration process. The very frequent mutations of the strains of COVID virus, like UK strain, as people are suffering in various countries, are the examples of such situation, which has been very challenging for our virologists and epidemiologists. But finally, the impact of global warming through nonlinear process on climate change is becoming so serious that the next ice age is going to be postponed by 50,000 years, according to the Potsdam Institute of Climate Assessment. This just indicates, signals the seriousness of the matter.
I'm sorry, sir, to come in, but your time is up. So could you please conclude your session?
Well, I lost some time. I'm sorry, because of it got repeatedly stuck.
Sure,
and
sir.
Also, I had to repeat certain things because I could not feel that well. You are not being able to see. So please,
Sure,
you have
sir.
to allow me to finish.
Sure,
There
sir.
are a couple of more slides. That's all.
All right, sir.
Now, what should be the policy approach? The policy approach has to be that we have to be operating, economies have to be operating within the safe operating limit of world's ecosystems. That is zero ecological imbalance. Now, but the point is this, given the growth rate of global GDP per capita at the rate of 3.4% per annum and the rate of decline of global natural capital stock at the rate of 0.3% per annum, as experienced during the periods in 1992 to 2014, such attainment of goal in the time frame of 2030, say, would require the global productivity of bioresources in terms of GDP to grow at the rate of 9.1% per annum. This is going to be too tall an order in view of the fact that the global productivity of bioresource has been increasing at the rate of 2.5% per annum over time. Now, if the productivity of natural resources cannot grow at such high rate, then what is the way out? The only way out is that we have to reduce the growth of both population and that of per capita income. But how can that be feasible? The reduction of growth rate requires a change in the preference structure of the society, a redistribution of income and wealth, and our ethical and value system. This would require change in mindset and our ways of thought, our long-run policies for development of technology and resource use to optimize growth and redistribute the benefit of use of global biocapacity among the global rich and the poor. Finally, our policy initiatives and actions need to be combined with our genuine political will, which we are often lacking, in fact, and with our intellectual and emotional commitment to humanity for the universal and equitable sharing of rights to global resources for the development of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an insightful presentation and a detailed presentation on the impact of our activities on various biodiversity streams. I would now like to move on to the next presentation from Dr. Gurudas Nulkar, which will be the last presentation for this session, after which we will take a question and answer session from the audience. So very briefly, Dr. Gurudas Nulkar is a sustainability expert. He's a professor and head of the Strategy and General Management Department at the Symbiosis Center for Management. He's a trustee and faculty at the Ecological Society at Pune, and I request him to give his talk on building synergy between environment and economy. This is where the first two presentations and this presentation comes together. So we look forward to your presentation, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I share my screen? Let me know when I'm audible as well as visible.
Sure, you're audible, sir, but your presentation is still not visible for us.
Not yet. Should be now. Yeah, can you see it?
Not yet.
The presentation?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, it says here it's sharing already.
We
One
can see
minute.
your video.
Yeah, let me share it again.
Yes, sir. Now
Okay.
it's visible. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Pune International Center, as well as the entire team, for inviting me in this. And I'm really overwhelmed by the earlier two speakers who had a very good stature in their own field. So I hope I'll be able to fit into their shoes somehow. Right. So I'm going to talk about building a synergy between the environment and the economy, and specifically on a kind of a model which I'm trying to build over. So it's really a half-cooked model that I'm probably going to share with you today. So please bear with me that it's not going to be exactly as I would like it to be seen. And how am I going to do this? First, I'll talk about why do we not have a synergy today? And of course, there are a lot of arguments for the synergies, some of which Dr. Sengupta just shared with us. What tools are we banking on right now for the synergy? I will also talk about the caveats to the tools. Some of the caveats are not discussed in mainstream. Then I'll talk about the model which I'm trying to build, which is the synergy, about how do we get there and enablers for synergy. So the first and most important thing, why do we not have a synergy today? And I think there's a stark difference between the way ecologists operate and the way economists operate. So the botanists, zoologists really don't study economics. And exactly on the other side, economists are unaware of ecology and ecosystems and ecosystem services. Ecologists are mostly disinterested in national employment. You know, these figures of national employment, about livelihoods, about all these things, which the economist is concerned of. And the economist is very wary of qualitative indicators. He is very comfortable with numbers, statistics, data, something which he can process through a statistical program, but not very comfortable with qualitative indicators. The ecologist deals with geologic timescale. On the other hand, you know, the economist revels in quarterly results. He needs to look at how the economy is performing, how the financial data is coming every quarter, every 3 months. There's a wide difference between a geologic timescale and quarter. So the ecologist is mainly working with non-linear and non-deterministic ecological futures. You know, if there is a change in the population of one species, you really cannot determine what will be the effect over a period of 5 years. On the other hand, economists are very comfortable with the deterministic future. And these are the major differences. And thus, for ecologists, conservation equals to species conservation. On the other hand, conservation to an economist equal to an impediment to growth. If we say we let the forest of Molem be in their place, don't extract coal, then that's an impediment to growth. And therefore, they are continuously at orthogons. So ecologists view nature as a provider of resources and services, while economists view themselves as provider of human well-being. Well, at least that was supposed to be the intention early on, during when early neoclassical economic thoughts was being developed. Therefore, the ecologists measure how do you maintain the physical and biological diversity and ecosystem productivity. On the other hand, economists are mainly interested in maintaining economic growth and keeping a check on emissions and global warming. So in this slide, I want to say that it's not the entire fault of economists, but it's also about ecologists who need to look at the other side of the coin. So only if we are able to bring the ecologists and the economists together can we achieve some sort of synergy in the environment and the economy. So the arguments for synergy, I'm not going to waste too much time on this. We have discussed this in detail, you know, zoonotic diseases, all those climate issues and species issues, which Dr. Chirag Dhara talked about, natural resource prices, you know, the prices are skyrocketing, they're growing every day, which tells you very squarely that the resources are depleting. You know, finite resources, when they deplete and the demand does not change, then the prices keep going up. So that's a very clear indicator of depletion of natural resources. Costs of pollution abatement, air, water, soil, all these renewable non-renewable resources, the costs that we are spending in as a percentage of the tax collected by the government, huge costs are being spent on pollution abatement. Just look at what happened in Delhi recently. You know, we are paying through our noses. The taxpayer is paying through his nose for improving the air quality. Healthcare expenditure. You know, healthcare has become one of the most profitable industries in the world today, and that's simply because the healthcare is a health industry, and that's because the health is deteriorating significantly. Wealth and income inequality between and within nations is a very clear indicator. Depleting photosynthetic capacity. You know, we are no longer able to sequester as much carbon as we are producing. We are no longer able to produce as much food. I'm not just talking about humans, but I'm talking about the primary production of the planet, which is what photosynthesis gives. That capacity has reduced. Global warming, ocean acid. You can add so many things to the list, and you will still fall short of space. So I'm just giving an indicator of the arguments of that. And what are the tools that we are banking on? Well, there are two essential strategies and tools form the part of those strategies: adaptation and mitigation. So in adaptation, we have various tools. We have protection of vulnerable communities, increasing carbon sinks, emergency response and disaster management, economic measures, so many things which countries have already started doing for themselves. And tools for mitigation, we have price and non-price mechanisms, which keep a check on carbon emissions, which keep a check on methane, and so many other greenhouse gases and things like that, which are polluting the non-renewable resources. We have low carbon economy, which is more of a lip service today than anybody doing anything about it. The circular economy, which is probably in some ways an extension of low carbon economy. New measures like the Human Development Index, we are quite sure that the GDP is not a measure of human development, neither for human well-being. So these newer measures are some of the tools that there are a lot of mitigation technologies like carbon capture and methane capture, so many technologies which are coming up. Renewable energy, so on and so forth. And finally, of course, international treaties, which like the Paris Agreement and so many other agreements which have come up in the history of climate change. However, there are serious caveats to the tools. Both the kind of tools, adaptation tools as well as the mitigation tools. First and foremost, I think that adaptation is a local and private good, which is, it is country specific. The benefits are going to come to the country, to its people. However, mitigation is more of a global public good, and that makes it very difficult for everybody to comply with. You know, the rules of game theory can be applied when you are talking about a global public good, and that's one of the chief causes of failure of a lot of treaties and a lot of agreements which we have had till now. Circular economy is a fine concept, but it is bestowed. The law of entropy imposes serious limitations upon the circular economy, which we fail to realize when we're talking about circular economy. The other thing is there are several negative externalities which remain unaddressed by any of these mitigation or adaptation tools that we are talking about today. Circular economy, low carbon economy, what have you, that can change the trajectory of the RCP, but it won't influence the shared socio-economic pathways. So this is a very key understanding that we have to keep in mind when we're talking about circular economy or low carbon economy. And thus, current levels of energy and resource consumption must reduce if we wish to walk into a circular economy platform. The most important thing which economists generally like to revel in is the general theory of equilibrium. But the general theory of equilibrium, where aggregate demand and aggregate supply kind of balance each other, clear each other, cannot account for irrational behavior of human beings, of individuals, of societies, of communities, of businesses, and the lure of financial markets. So this is, I think, a very serious caveat to the low carbon and circular economy. And the most important is, even if we consider a hypothetical situation where there is zero carbon emission and there is no global warming effect, it still does not tell you that the life-sustaining capacity of the planet will be maintained, because the life-sustaining capacity of the planet cannot be constrained to one indicator of CO2 equivalent or one indicator of temperature rise. it's such a non-linear and complex situation, the system that we are dealing with. We really have no idea about how we will work. What is the current situation? Economy looks at a provider of well-being, and therefore nature, the economy looks at nature as a provider of inputs and a sink for the waste. Right, and therefore we have an economic measure, and we have we measure the aggregate negative externality by the CO2 equivalent or the temperature rise. Alternative economy must look at nature in a completely different way, and this is what I'm working on, and therefore I said this is not yet a fully developed model, and yet there are some of my thoughts which you will see. So the economy must look at nature as an operating system rather than a provider of inputs. Operating system for life forms. This is not anthropocentric, this is humans and non-human beings, and an operating system for the economy, which means it is certainly a provider of non-renewable and renewable resources, which are the inputs to the economy. But more importantly, it is also an enabler of life-sustaining capacity and ecosystem services, which are critically essential to economy. Right? You know, the hydrological cycle, pollination, germination, primary productivity, purification of water, all of these services are the ones which are essential, not just for sustaining life, but also for the economy. And finally, security for future life forms, right? So this is what the sustainability definition is projected of the Brundtland Commission, you know, for the generations to come. But the generations to come are not just human generations. They are also the generations of the insects, of the cobras, of the Royal Bengal tiger, of the grand whale, all of that, and food and nutrition. So the economy must look at nature in all of this. And if any one of this is declining, the economists must raise the red flag. Unfortunately, this is not being done today. So what do we do? If we want to improve something, we must measure it. And I'm calling these as synergy indicators. We have to look at what we can measure in all of this. So in renewable resources, we could measure the quality and renewability of air, water, soil, carbon sinks. We can look at pollution abatement and healthcare spending as a proxy. So that can be reduced from the GDP. In the renewable resources, we could measure the resource stocks. This is not very difficult to do. A lot of countries are now aggregating their resource stocks. Distribution of natural resources. So Gini could be a proxy of how the resources are being distributed. In food and nutrition, the health of soil, changes in the microclimate. Now, this is a serious concern for a lot of farmers, especially in the low rainfall areas who are not supplied by the dam waters, that microclimates are changing and their agricultural productivity, farm productivity is declining. Malnutrition and immunity could be a proxy for food and nutritional security. The ecosystem services, we have a lot of measures to measure them. We can look at bioindicators. You know, there are keystone species, the presence of rare, endemic, and threatened populations. Are they growing? Are they declining? Are they moving away? Are they changing? You know, what is the forest cover, the species count, and the populations, the ecosystem productivity? Many of these measures are quantitative, but some of them are qualitative. And finally, the life-sustaining capacity and the security for future life forms. Now, this could be an index which is derived from other measures. It should be much more comprehensive and non-anthropocentric like the HDI. Today, the Human Development Index has human in its title. It's highly anthropocentric. And if you want to have nature as an operating system, you can no longer think only about human beings. We have to look at other life forms. Preserving the integrity and security of an ecosystem is critically important to preserving the operating system for the life and nature. And so coming back to the 5 capitals which are prescribed in sustainability literature, the natural, social, and human capital, and the produced and the financial capital. I am trying to say that the first 3 capitals should make up the net worth of the nation. Can we put a figure to it? Can we aggregate these capitals? And then can we compete with another nation on the net worth of the nation, not the GDP growth rate? Today, we are competing with China and other countries on the rate of growth of GDP. Now, this is a completely false measure of anything that we know of. Instead, the net worth, is the net worth of India increasing or declining compared to China, compared to Bangladesh, compared to countries which are in our zone, so on and so forth. And this must we must measure the economic growth and the distributive efficiency. There is no point in only measuring the economic growth and the distributive efficiency is not up to the mark. Then you have a Gini coefficient which is rising. So challenges, now how do we get there? What are the challenges? I know these measures are not fully complete and there is a lot of work to be done. But first and the most important challenge is there is a poor agreement on these measures through scientific community, through researchers and through economists. Second, the measures do not originate in financial transactions, which means they are hard to measure. They're not very easy like the GDP. Qualitative measures can be subjective. Now, this is a huge challenge, but definitely artificial intelligence is something which can be used to remove the subjectivity from the qualitative measures. And it is not convenient in the current political system. You know, nobody wants to get hold of a measure which you cannot change or you cannot improve in a 5-year term because it hampers my vote bank into voting for me the next time. But there are several advantages. And the first advantage is it brings multidisciplinary thinking into development. It's not just the economist who's guiding the development of the country, but it's also the botanist, of the ecologist, the geographer, the geologist, the hydrogeologist. So many others will need to come together for that. Second most important is these are lead indicators. They are not lag indicators like the GDP. This is not an X-ray of what has happened, but it can tell you what could happen in the future. And economic growth is not considered a proxy for well-being in this particular section. So finally, what could be my last slide? What could be the enablers for reaching synergy? I think the most important thing is revamping the agriculture and food sector. I have purposefully divided agriculture and food sector separately because food comprises of nutrition and distribution of food and agriculture comprises of production of food. Now, both of these systems are in dire need of changes in the country, and they are squarely affecting nature conservation and restoration in many more ways than one. And this has been a forgotten sector. Second, regional planning based on biogeography and agroclimate. We have made a historical mistake when Nehru was fascinated by the central planning model of Khrushchev and Stalin, which originated in Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia is a country which is on one particular latitude. Well, not one particular, but it does not span too many latitudes. India spans nearly 28.5 degrees latitude. The amount of sunlight reaching Kanyakumari is completely different from the amount of sunlight reaching Ladakh. The rainfall in Meghalaya is different from the rainfall in Kutch. We have such a diverse climate. How can we have one central planning? It has to be a regional plan based on biogeography and agroclimate. Participative decentralized democracy is what so many people have been talking about right from Gandhian times. Unfortunately, this has not seen the light of the day at all due to various reasons. Activation of CPRs, the common pool resources. This is very important. The tribals have a greater benefit in conservation than you and me who are sitting in cities and doing that. Traditionally, we have used a lot of common pool resources, you know, forest food, fisheries, non-timber forest produce, grazing, watershed, underground water, surface water. So many of them had been common pool and they are now completely centralized into central governance. Restoration and conservation economy. Now, this economy has a huge potential to create jobs for the least educated people. And most importantly, this economy is capable of conserving traditional knowledge. It does not require data analytics and business analytics and artificial intelligence and machine learning. It requires grassroots knowledge of what is happening between seasons and within the times of the day. That's what conservation and restoration economy is. And finally, I want to say that, you know, this was a famous sentence which Indira Gandhi said in the 1972 Stockholm Conference. She said that poverty is the greatest polluter. And I'm trying to say that poverty is not the greatest polluter. Affluence is the greatest polluter. And that is what we should be doing. We are turning our economy into an economy feeding the affluent. Can we turn it into an economy feeding the people? Not just the affluent. Right? So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gurudas Nulkar. That was a really comprehensive presentation on how we can achieve synergy in this new economic model that we all want to try and achieve. And also how we can tweak our economic model by identifying different red flags that are currently in place to achieving our goal. So we're currently short on time, so we're just going to take one question from the audience. We have a question coming in from Mr. Praful Patel. The question I think is more suitable for you, Gurudas sir. What are the economic business models that are currently working in India, which show that sustainable economic growth with sustainable and regenerative ecological growth are working?
Um, so I think I should lead you to a website on which one of our friends is working on, and that is called Vikalpa Sangam. And the person who's in charge and the institution which is in charge for that is Kalpa Vriksh, and Ashish Kothari is the name of the person. So he has a collection of many such local decentralized economies which are in place and are actually thriving in a sense which is not the economic sense of thriving, but in a sense of thriving of well-being to the people. And there are very small examples located all across India, and they would completely be different as per the geography. So the examples from Northeast would be different from the examples in Kutch, would be different from Telangana, and that's what is very important in this. I do not see anything which is happening on the industrial or the economic scale as the business sector scale in India. There's been a lot of talk which CII and FICCI and Maratha Chamber of Commerce are doing about circular economy and low carbon economy, but there is no provision till today which is enabling this sector. We have to revamp our taxes. The GST is not suitable for take back laws and reuse and recycle kind of things which industries can do. So we need a huge overhaul even in the taxation structure to enable an economy which reuses and recycles stuff.
Thank you very much, sir, for the very detailed answer to the question. We will now move on to one of our members of EECC Vertical, Ms. Aditi Kale. She's currently heading the EECC Vertical under Professor Amitav Malik. So, yeah, here it is. We will now look at, I request Aditi to please share her slide and talk a little bit about the work that EECC is doing.
Thank you, Siddharth. I'll just share my presentation. Okay. So is the presentation visible?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just shortly take you to the EECC journey, which started around 2 years ago. The EECC project basically has two main aims. One is policy research, public policy research, and second is increasing awareness and creating a citizens movement around sustainability, climate action, and synergy between the recent objective which we've taken up is finding synergy between environment and economy. Our project is led by Professor Amitav Malik, who is the founder member and trustee of Pune International Center, and it aims at creating a knowledge exchange platform for climate action. Although the perspectives included are global, national, and local, we are only geographically based in Pune, and we are also collaborating and advising with policymakers and officers on various problems they encounter while executing these concepts. We also interact with different groups, forums, and initiatives to organize different events or help them in their own initiatives. And simultaneously, we have formed a group called Climate Collective Pune, which is a group of like-minded people. I'll elaborate more on it in a while. So the initiation of this project was on 12th May 2018 when the Pune International Center organized a workshop on climate literacy, where the focus was on what platforms and what actions can initiate the climate action talk within Pune, and then how to make Pune a carbon neutral city. In continuation to that, after 1 year of research, we published a paper called Making Pune Carbon Neutral by 2030, a policy roadmap. Just to summarize, but the reason why the roadmap is a smaller of 10 years and not more is kind of was summarized by our chief guest at that time, the environment minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Aditya Thackeray. So to quote him, he said that for my generation, if I have to survive for the next 50-100 years in a very happy, peaceful, and healthy way, it cannot be in a situation which is a climate emergency. So we tried to call someone who represents the people and who represents the youth who are actually going to suffer the consequences. And if you want to look at the report, you can please visit the Pune International website or Climate Collective website, or contact us for the details. Although it aims at Pune, the measures which are given are actually suitable to many countries, many cities, if they want to take up this initiative. Second part of our outreach is every year we organize an event dedicated to climate change on Environmental Day, which has a video presentation and some unique event like panel discussions or a special report release, which happened in 2019. The recent one was a series of 3 climate economics dialogues, the details of which will again can be seen at the CCP website. We also try to engage youth because it's their future which is at stake, and also because they are facing very different narratives and consequences than what was earlier, and to help empower them in their actions and in their career. And we are also promoting our work on social media through this platform called Climate Collective Pune, which is a group of like-minded people from NGOs and companies who have come together to spread climate awareness and also to realize meaningful climate action with a view to make Pune carbon neutral by 2030. One of the main initiatives within the Climate Collective Pune website is the carbon footprint calculator, which has been designed by Dr. Priyadarshini Karve, and it helps you to calculate the carbon footprint of your household, and also in which sector the footprint is higher, so that you can have the capacity, find out measures of how to reduce your own carbon footprint. And we are also available over social platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So please stay connected, and let us continue this dialogue in this conference and after it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi, for giving the audience a brief idea of the work that ECC is doing. I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Chirag Dara, Dr. Ramprasad Sengupta, and Dr. Gurdas Nulkar for giving a wonderful insight into the first session. I would now like to share a couple of videos from ex-members of ECC who have now gone ahead and built wonderful careers ahead. So I would just like to share a video here from one of our ex-members called Manasi Kutwal.
Hello fellow changemakers in the climate space. I am Manasi, an SBI Youth for India Fellow, and I've been working with Dhan Foundation in the rural parts of Tamil Nadu for the past 4 months. I am working in a slightly urban block called Kottampatti, which is to the north of Madurai, with 2 panchayats. This work includes understanding and executing development solutions through the creation of inclusive governance institutions. While my project's principal theme is self-governance, my focus is on water and agriculture, since this region is gravely affected by erratic monsoon and unsustainable cropping patterns. The connection of these issues present to climate change is evident to me because of my experience of working with Professor Amitav Malik and the ECC team. Water stress and the cultivation of water-intensive crops like paddy has not only aggravated the livelihood issue here, but also the health concerns. These connections between climate change impact and economics and health were not obvious to me during my undergraduate studies, as I never came across a connection between a fairly theoretic subject like economics and a dynamic discipline like climate change. It is only while interning with EECC that I was introduced to this less discussed connection between economics and environment. The opportunity to co-author thoroughly researched policy advocacy papers and conduct such outreach programs has encouraged me to look at development issues through a holistic lens. This path of evaluating development issues is guiding me right now, and I'm certain that it will in the future too. I see climate change as an enveloping problem with economics and politics integral to deciding the survival of humanity. Unless and until I see the climate side of the problem, I am not creating sustainable solutions, is what I have realized through my limited experience in the field. This approach is what I hope to carry forward while venturing into the development sector. Thinking about climate and economics differently means adopting a myopic view, which any individual determined to survive should not make a mistake of holding. Thank you.
That was a great insight into one of our ex-members, Ms. Mansi Kutwal. I will now share a brief video from one of our another ex-members. There we go. Mr. Nishit Shukla. He's currently based in Bangalore. He's doing excellent work in getting together entrepreneurs and policymakers into one frame. So here's an insight into Nishit.
Hi, my name is Nishit Shukla, and last year I worked with the Energy, Environment and Climate Change team in Pune International Center. What we did was a 6 to 8 month effort to design a public policy paper to figure out on how we can make Pune a carbon neutral city in the next 10 years. What I worked on was specifically figuring out the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions of Pune metropolitan region. And we use that data to figure out what is the best way to create interventions to reduce these emissions as much as possible. So that was my work last year, and today I work as an entrepreneur, I work as a consultant, and I work as a community builder to figure out how can co-working professionals and entrepreneurs bridge the gap between intention and action in the climate action space. While this defines the work that I do today, I would like to speak about the purpose behind which I do whatever I do. Right? So today, I truly believe that the conversation on climate change is not simply about the mass extinction of all species, or it's not just about the tipping points causing irreversible change. For me, it actually comes back to the crossroads that where humanity is. We're at a place where we can either be called nefarious exploiters or the responsible guardians of the planet, right? And I believe that we as a humanity have immense potential to overcome the most destructive aspects of ourselves. So I am personally working towards that because I deeply believe in that purpose. And that's the work that I continue to do throughout my career and throughout my lifetime. Thank you.
So that was a small insight into Nishit. We will now be shortly taking a break, but before the break, I'd just like to announce that in case we have missed your questions, please write them to our Gmail account. We will try to answer them as much as possible. So the next session is going to start exactly in 9 minutes at 5:30 p.m. and it is on low carbon growth and green economy. So please stay tuned. This is where everything comes together that was been said in the first session. And I'm sure this is a session that's going to give us a good insight on how we can balance economic aspirations with the industry and move forward. So we will now take a break and see you again at 5:30 p.m. I request you all please not to log out. Please stay logged in for this session and for the sessions coming up, and see you soon at 5:30. Thank you everyone for your patience. And to those who have recently joined, we will shortly be joining starting our next session exactly at 5:30 p.m. in a short while, coming soon. At 5:30 p.m. Thank you all for your patience in waiting for during the break time. We will now start the second session, which is on low carbon economy for green growth. Again, before we start, I would like to make an announcement that those who have just joined, please keep your microphones and videos off at all times, except for the speakers. And if you have any questions during the talk, please write them in the chat box. We will try to accommodate them as much as possible at the end of the session. So on to the next session now. I would like to invite the convener of the conference, Professor Amitav Malik, to please give a brief idea of the second session and set a tone for the second session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. I think you have to change the screen. Yeah, thank you. Let me once again welcome everybody to the second session. We ran a little late with the first session, but that's okay. It was very informative. The second session is about low carbon economy for green growth. The green growth word actually is a tricky word. The whole point of going green is to not to spur the growth, but to moderate the growth in such a way that it will not hurt the environment. Having said that, there are many ways of doing that, and that therefore the whole focus of this session will be on looking at ways to reduce our load on the environment and yet manage to grow. Siddharth, are you going to introduce the speakers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just before that talk. All right. These are the 4 sessions that are going to talk during our session on low carbon economy for green growth. And the session will be started with a keynote address from Dr. Ashok Khosla. I'm happy to introduce him as our keynote speaker for the second session. Dr. Ashok Khosla will be talking about developmental alternatives for resource conservation. Dr. Khosla is a former member and co-chair of the UNEP International Resource Panel and chairman of Developmental Alternatives. He's internationally known for pioneering and contributing to sustainable development. It's an honor to have you here, sir, with us. I kindly request you to give your talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but there's some disturbance in the background.
All right. I don't know what that disturbance is.
There's a feedback loop somewhere.
Maybe there's another device that's logged into the conference.
Yeah. Now, are you able to see me? Can you see me?
Yes, it's clear now. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
So are you able to share your screen?
Are you on mute, sir? You have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you very well.
We can hear you.
You
But
can
you
proceed
can't
with your
see
talk.
my presentation?
We're
Can
not
you
able to
see
see
the
your presentation yet.
I can't. I'm afraid I'm.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but you can't see my presentation.
No, sir, there's an option at the bottom of the screen where you can share your presentation.
Share screen.
Yeah, but I am.
Perhaps, sir, you could send your presentation to climatecollectivepune@gmail.com.
No.
Then our team can play it for you.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can email us the presentation and we can play it for you.
Yeah. Well, wait 1 second. There's some glitch in this. I was fine. I could see you. What is your meeting ID?
Please, meeting ID. My team will share it in the chat box. Alternatively, you could also send us the presentation. Maybe that would be easier.
Look, you'll have to bear with me. I'm going to rejoin the meeting from the beginning.
All right, sir.
Can you let me in? Can you please let me in?
Dr. Khosla, you're still logged in. We can hear you.
Can you please let me into the meeting?
Yes, sir, we will let you in. Maybe, are you projecting from a different device than from your laptop or your computer?
It's my desktop.
Oh, okay. So if you could share your screen with us, maybe we could guide you through joining the meeting or sharing your presentation.
Hello? No, I can send you the presentation. It won't work. Can you, are you able to let me into your meeting? It doesn't. I am logging. All right, let me just log in again. All right, now I have clicked on your link and I've said allow. And now you should be able to see me. It was working fine all. My email address. Address. Look. It was working fine all afternoon and now all of a sudden it stopped. I don't know. It doesn't show anything now. The point is.
Sir, perhaps you're still in the meeting, then maybe that's why you're not able to see.
Did make Shaurya the co-host.
Yeah.
You're making me the co-host?
Yeah.
I'll
Do I
make.
say launch meeting?
Prithviraj, make
Yeah.
Shaurya the co-host.
Done.
He's admitted to the account.
Yeah, it's done.
It says Shaurya is the co-host now.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. So you
Yeah,
should
please try again.
Now, how do I do that? You show me?
Okay, sorry. Yes, so now can you go to the screen where the Shaurya account is?
Hello?
Yeah, can you go to the screen where the Shaurya account is? The
No,
screen where the
it
computer
disappeared
is
again.
using the Shaurya?
Look, I'm using a desktop
Right.
and I'm talking to you on the phone.
Sure. So where is that Shaurya account open? In the desktop?
Hello?
The Shaurya account is open in the desktop, is it?
No, it showed for a second and then disappeared.
Oh, okay. But actually we can see you now.
You can see me?
The co-host, yeah.
And then
Yeah,
why am I not
Yeah.
Zoom meeting?
Just one. Yeah, I can see you as the co-host actually.
Well, I can't see anything.
Okay.
Zoom?
No, sir, I think you're checking on the other device. I think Shaurya is
No,
in the device because here we can see Khusla only. Where you
No,
are.
listen, then you are on my phone. I can't do my presentation from the phone. Let me turn off my phone altogether. I'm going to disappear. You do it again.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but we can hear you and we can see you very clearly. So perhaps you could speak a little bit without the presentation.
Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
So that's, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Perhaps Dr. Ashok Khosla cannot hear us.
Yeah,
So it would be better if we move on to the next presentation, I suppose.
Meanwhile, try to help for Dr. Khosla so that we can take the last concluding talk of this session.
Yes, sure, sir. My team will get in touch with Dr. Khosla so we can figure out his technical glitches.
Do you have Deepak Dasgupta logged in?
Dr. Deepak Dasgupta, are you available today, right now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Let me just quickly give you a brief introduction and then we can move on to your talk.
That's fine.
Dr. Deepak Dasgupta is a distinguished fellow at the Energy and Resource Institute in New Delhi and the lead author of the upcoming UN IPCC report. He has been an advisor to the national and international organizations and a lead economist at the World Bank. I now invite Dr. Deepak Dasgupta to give his talk on green investment mechanisms and performance indices. Over to you, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm going to turn on my screen and hopefully this one works. First of all, my thanks to Professor Malik and PIC and the climate team for inviting me to this talk. And this, I'm in Washington, DC right now. So I managed to get up early to hear the first part of the conference. And I thought it was excellent. Gives us a great introduction to talking about the low carbon growth. So let me turn to my slides. So can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear and see you very well.
Okay. So the topic of my is on the green investment mechanisms to accelerate low carbon growth. One of the things that I'm going to talk about in this is I decided I'd take a longer view of what is coming up and India's role in the global low carbon transition, as it were. And I've always hesitate to talk very long term. Last time I had to write something in 2007 or 8 about what India would be like in 2022, which is the 75th year of India's independence. And I made some forecasts of where we would be. And as usual, forecasts can be wrong, but we are not that far. So with that introduction, let me talk about the challenge. I think the long-term challenge.
You, sir, but are you sharing a presentation with us?
Yes. Can you see it?
We cannot see it at the moment.
Okay. Let me try sharing.
Please use the share screen option at the bottom and select your presentation.
I did. Let me try it again.
Sure, sir.
Is that visible?
Yes, sir.
We can see your presentation now.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So the challenge that we have is to be able to mainstream India's long-term climate ambitions. And I'm only going to talk about the climate part of this. And it is quite clear that India's political bureaucratic leadership, which is the Prime Minister's and Prime Minister's office, Niti Aayog, who we heard in the morning, earlier in the afternoon, and Ministry of Renewable Resources and Environment. I think that leadership in India understands quite well why low carbon sustainable growth makes long-term sense. And I'll talk about intuitively, I think people in India understand much better than most other countries as to why we have to make this low carbon transition happen. And in fact, India is right now judged as the best performer in terms of being able to meet the Paris commitment goals by 2030 And we are actually doing better than the EU by all performance metrics. And we are doing much better than China and the USA. And these are coming from various observers looking at how countries are doing. And in terms of our goals by 2030, I don't think we have a problem. We're likely, thanks to our rapid renewable solar deployment targets, which is 175 gigawatts and then 450 gigawatts by 2030, 40% non-fossil fuel generation capacity by 2030. We are already at 38%. So by all indicators, India is going to meet all its commitments by 2030. So, but the issue, therefore, is the focus of my talk is beyond 2030. What are the challenges that remain? And linked to those challenges for India is the financing issues. How are we going to be able to do the investments that's needed beyond it? So right at the beginning, I should mention that despite our progress, quite dramatic progress we've been making in India on a low carbon transition, that there are still elements of the framework within government, which is Ministry of Finance, Commerce, Power, State Electricity Board, Steel, Coal, Energy, Agriculture. They are more agnostic, undecided is what I would describe many. So it's not a uniform, and therefore the focus must be on translating leadership, intuitions about where India needs to be. And that's really comes from the people, intuition that you've got to go to a low carbon thing, to translate it into actions and instruments. And that's really what I will talk about. I should also mention that while the key role that's played is not just government, but it's also the private sector, as we've heard earlier in the afternoon. And there we do have some immediate problems because we have an industrial business finance, I call it lobby, but really it's a large grouping. And these are actors that are still divided and are facing very large risks after this pandemic that India is and the whole world is going through. And I would guess, my guess is about 2/3 of this very important industrial business finance world in India, that's not India as a whole, that's a part of India that's very important, still views a shift to long-term growth as a possible threat to their existing incumbent business or activities. And this is a threat, in a sense, it's a real threat. It's a threat in terms of the declining value of their investments in fossil fuel use capital. So this is, think about the steel plants, the auto plants, the cement plants, the energy engineering companies that have already invested and are using fossil fuel. There's a declining value to this invested capital if they make the low carbon transition. So that's a challenge for them. There's a loss of rents, stranded assets, as we are describing it in economics, in coal, gas, mining, power. These are they already have large assets which are going to lose value if we make a transition. So that's a second kind of threat to the transition as they see it. There are financial risks. Banks and financial institutions are exposed in terms of massive investments that they've made in financing these entities. So that also is a risk. And there is entry threat. So if we shift to a completely new low carbon future, existing businesses see it also as a threat to their long-term. But at the same time, I think it is also the case that existing entities also understand that they're facing some long-term global risks. These are the risks from changes in the trade arrangements globally that will happen as the world heads to a low carbon future. There's technological changes. So imagine that if you set up plants that are based on fossil fuels and a new technology comes along that replaces that, then we are going to lose competitiveness, we're going to lose foreign investments, we're going to lose. So in a sense, one of the first challenges in this slide that I talk about is how do we mainstream the influential actors in the country to go towards where I think people are already convinced which is the afternoon that we talked about, I think more and more people are convinced that we need to go to a sustainable future. The challenge now is to get the collective key actors to be moving in the same direction together, collectively restart. One indication of this is when we had Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is a main kind of, in a sense, it's a bellwether of where India might be headed. We talked about raising coal use and coal gas. So in a sense, coal is in the play very much in India as we expect. And there's debate and tension about how much the recovery process will go back to coal or not. But the latest Atmanirbhar Bharat version 3.0 is now talking about championing 10 sectors. Two biggest of those sectors were advanced batteries and electric vehicles, and solar PVs and green energy. So there's this dilemma, this tension is happening, but at the underlying it is the challenge is that India's future is going to be in a sustainable future. And the more we get policy conviction on that, this is the direction that India needs to go, and the strategic consensus and financing is really the biggest hurdle. Let me go to the second slide. So the question for us is, at the very beginning is, why do we need to push long-term low-carbon growth when India faces many other challenges? The climate is not the only challenge in India. We have some fundamental challenges in food, agriculture, water, nutrition, equity, poverty. So these are challenges, but the reason is there is no other better choice. And this, why do we think that the low carbon transition is the best choice for India? Thinking long term is essentially the entire world's global economic system is trying to convert in a massive way in a technological shifts. And technological shifts happen in human history from several reasons. It could be demographic shifts that are coming, which is happening in India. It's coming from the need or the push for sustainable economic growth to happen. It comes from political and other innovations that happen, and it comes from urgent social needs. So all four, in a sense, these are the factors which are accelerating for a technological break. Now, once the low carbon growth shift starts to happen, energy using technologies in every sector will change. It's not as if we can kind of do it just in solar renewables. It's going to change, and it has potential from farming, as we heard about earlier, and it's going to take place in water use, it's going to be in electricity, it's going to be in transport, it's going to be in industry, it's going to be cities. It's like, imagine when first electrification came in the late 19th century, the whole world transforms itself once you get into a new technological pathway. And if we are able to, if the low carbon transition doesn't work for some reason, and there are lots of risks that I'll talk about why it may not work, if it does not, if we don't succeed globally, then the consequence for India will be amongst the worst in the world. The sheer size of it, you think of how the pandemic has played out globally. The two places that the pandemic hits hardest, not surprisingly, is US, which is in a sense the global leader, if you will, on the technological side, but it also hits very hard. Amongst the hardest is India, and essentially because India is such a giant country and size of the population that if the world fails to make it, India also fails to make it. So in a sense, we are tied in with the planetary consequences much more, I would imagine, than anywhere else. And while it is correct that we did not cause the problem, in a global sense, we did not cause the problem, there is no escaping. There is no escaping the issue that India's size and energy growth ambitions as it play out between now and 2050 makes it imperative. So the slides on the right-hand side that I show is the drivers of technological change. It's possible to go into energy transport. It'll affect everything. And if it works, then we are going into a global middle class wave, as people have described. This is a chart from a paper done in 2010, which shows where India is the blue curve, and India's blue curve actually overtakes China and almost any other place in the world in terms of the size of the growing numbers of people. And if this works, then we end up with the part where India accounts for something like 15% of the global economy, and China is another 20. We are back to a world which it was in around 1500. India is a player, and we have no other better choice than to be joining this transition long-term, much faster and much bigger way. And so on to the next slide. How is all this going to play out on the energy side? So imagine this, India is going to be the second biggest electricity demand producer in the world between now and 2050. And you can see the terawatt hours. China is at the beginning, at the top, and India just behind it. And India's electricity demand forecast that's going to come is going to be 10 times bigger than the change in demand that's going to happen in the EU as a whole, and 10 times bigger than in the US. It kind of dominates. China and India kind of dominates the horizon as we think about it by the year 2050, between now and 2050. So, as I said, up to 2030, we're going to be overshooting our targets in some sense, easily achievable. The challenge is that it's going to be, as you look further out to 2050, the transition, India becomes the key player. India's main energy resource at this time is coal. And coal is not going to disappear because as I said, there are threats, but its growth will slow dramatically. That's the slide on the pictures on the right-hand side, which shows you that coal will not disappear, but coal use is going to slow dramatically. And how is that going to happen? Electrification with solar and renewable energy is really the core of this long-term India's energy transition. It has to be in wind and solar, and renewables is going to drive it. But the investments, if India is going to succeed towards this, is going to be a massive. It's going to be a scale of resource needs around just energy sector alone is going to be around 2.8 trillion. And the faster we start, the better it is. And to the next slide, this is the path of India's GHG emissions that we think is possible. And if you look at the slide on the top slide, on the right-hand side of the presentation, we are looking at the reason business as usual, in a sense, even if we do the transition by 2030, or we're succeeding to it, we know by 2050, the combination of India's population growth, which is so massively built in, there's not much we can do about this, is going to be up 50%. So if we were at 1.3, 1.4 billion, then we're going to add another 700 million to population. And that's about 1% per annum, and it's highly probable, very unlikely to shake it. And we have a GDP per capita growth, which is forecasted around 5.5% a year. It essentially means that it's going to be left to itself. India's GHG emissions will absolutely blow out over the 2030, 2050 period. But it's possible to get it down. And that's why the long-term transition storyline has to begin now, resetting our priorities and how are we going to do it. Even if we did it, if we were able to do it, then we can stabilize India's GHG emissions at around 2020 level, which is a 40% emissions intensity. And with renewables and carbon capture and electricity and industry emissions decline really being the central parts of it. So it's going to be a wholesale change in the way that India uses its energy and its technologies underlying it. And it's going to be so that's the challenge. That's the path. It is possible. We'll still end up, even if we do this, with, I believe, unlivable air, unless we can also address the fossil fuel use in transport emissions dramatically and drastically starting now. So we can't wait for things to evolve without starting to take actions, long-term actions now. And pathways to 2030 is only part of a minor challenge to me. And what would it take? I'll end this.
Sorry, sir, 15 minutes slide.
Yes. Yes.
Could you please conclude your talk?
Yeah, that's my concluding slide. Let me finish. So we're going to be 5 instruments and actions that are critical. So the first is pricing instruments. India has done well. The chart of the slide shows you that the price of renewables are falling, but we're going to have to combine it with quantity regulatory instruments, much more dramatic, setting targets for industry, buildings, transport, metro, railways, urban development. And financing is going to be critical. We're going to have to ask the rest of the world for multi-sovereign guarantees on India's borrowing. India is going to need to borrow massively to do this financing, not going to happen without the rest of the world coming along with us. And the challenge is to build that strategic conversations within India and across India, and we do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepak Dasgupta. This was a very insightful presentation on India's responsibilities on developing very sustainably as a large developing nation, and also its comparisons with China. So, yes, if you have any questions. Sorry?
I said, no, I just wanted to thank Dr. Dasgupta for that very insightful understanding of how the financing will work. Yeah, let's move ahead. We can take Dr. Ashok Khosla towards the end.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to move on to the third presentation for the session, which will be given by Dr. Peter Heck. So Dr. Peter Heck is going to talk about integrating circular economy in industrial ecosystems. Dr. Heck is the managing director of IFAS Institute in Germany, which is the Institute for Material Flow Management. And he's also a professor at the Trier University of Applied Sciences. He has a vast experience in designing and implementing circular economy, environmental policy, and sustainability strategies at industries globally. I now request Dr. Peter Heck to give his talk.
Well, good afternoon to everybody. I'm happy to share this conference. Thanks to Professor Malik and to the organizers to have me in this conference. And I hope I can contribute some ideas from our 20-year practical work on circular economy. I want to start with sharing the view of my campus at the greenest university in Germany and number 6 in the world. Of course, I'm proud of this, but I'm not telling you this because I'm proud of it, because I'm telling you this because it's very much connected to circular economy, because our low carbon situation, actually our zero emission situation, is organized by a very intelligent circular economy approach in our region. We are using the wastes from our county and from our companies to supply heat, electricity, and cold to our universities. 3,000 people for 20 years are living with this waste turned resources, and we have not higher costs than the surrounding systems. We have the same costs or even lower costs. So this is already a kind of direct approach to what could be done, what can be done. And if you look at what's happening, if you talk about circular economy, then it's, of course, the economic things with regard to zero emission and CO2 reduction. I think it's fine, but we also have to look into the economics, what the previous speakers mentioned. So what do we get? By using waste as a resource, by being carbon neutral, we get 35 new jobs in our region. We get a 40 million euro investment. We have a yearly maintenance effort, which goes to craftsmen in the area, creating value. We have energy independency. We don't care about Mr. Trump raising costs. We don't care about anybody raising costs for energy, because we have our own waste-based energy supply. We have jobs and green affordable energy. We have 2 companies paying local taxes, and Just by the way, as a side, on a side mentioned, we are solving our waste problems because the waste is now a resource. This, for me, is circular economy, and this we are doing all over the world. Talking about circular economy, what do we mean? It's decoupling of economic growth and development from the consumption of finite resources. It sounds simple, but we all know the devil is in detail. It's about managing materials more intelligently. So we have to follow the materials traveling in our systems. We have to know where they are, what they are doing, what they are costing us, and how we can optimize them. We have to break away from the linear take, make, dispose mode to the closed loop economy. Yeah, and the principles for this is design out waste. So for us, for our institute, for my students, waste is a no-go. Waste is an unused resource, a non-monetarized value. And if you look at waste from this point of view, then you are a manager. If not, you are just an administrator. And administrators are not changing this world. Managers are changing this world. Build resilience through diversity. Work towards using energy from renewables. This is a no-brainer. Think in systems. You all know we educate our students still in linear ways. Very few universities will educate system thinking people. So we have to become better in this. And think in cascades. Before you throw, before you burn, before you dig something or you bury something, you have to think about, can I extract a valuable item out of it? This is cascade thinking. Well, we are adding value to our society by phasing out waste, by phasing out wastewater, by using renewables, by inviting people to share these huge investments needed. And we had the previous speaker very clearly showed this for India, this trillions of euro needed to change society. This money is not supposed to come only from the big guys. We should also invite the small guys to invest and share a part of this new venture. So I give you an example. We are doing this every day, 24/7, all over the world. This is a county nearby here. And they came to us telling us we are having 300 million euro costs for use of fossil energy sources. So we gave them an idea how they can switch from fossil, this is the left pillar here, to the right pillar to renewable, and how much they can do. They followed our advice and did what they are doing today. Every year, they have 40 million euro. It's only 100,000 people in this county. 40 million euro added value money. This is new money in the county. This is saved money from not buying fossil resources. This is gained money by organizing new ventures. This is earned money by servicing new technologies. And this all you can combine to the added value, and you can really measure it. And this number was checked 3 times by our government because they did not believe it. And now they know it. This county now is the most affluent county in all our state. Before it was the poorest county in our state. So switching systems to renewable energies, to low carbon, can be very beneficial. And one thing is also very important. We all think on a macroeconomic level, but for me, the small system, they matter. So the local money should stay in the local systems as long as possible to create as much value as possible. If poor people quickly spend their money, then the money is gone. They should think about how they could invest money, keep the money in their villages to let the village economy grow. And we have a famous proverb from one of the founders of the cooperation movement, Mr. Raiffeisen. He says, the money of the region for the region. You also could say the money of the company for the company. Yeah, and follow the money flow and try to optimize the euros as much as possible, as long as possible, before you hand it on to somebody else. This is also something we are doing. So basically, switching from linear to circular means switching from a waste society to a zero emission society. And a linear consumer society basically has inefficient systems. We all are part of very inefficient systems all around us. Yeah? Unused potential. There's a world of unused potentials around us. Poor innovation, cost-intensive structure, and high environmental impacts. So all the emissions we have is not only polluting the environment, it's also emitting potential revenues. So we are actually flushing revenues down the toilets by not using the resources in wastewater and waste. A circular prosumer society. So not only consumers, a consumer is also a producer. So it's a prosumer society. Efficiency matters. Optimization matters. transsectoral strategies, so crossing the boundary between waste and wastewater and energy, cross-sector coupling, new value chains, and regional development as a resilience engine. Well, if you look into company, the companies, of course, if we talk about talking about industrial systems, the companies matter. And the companies have a tremendous amount of potential to lower carbon emissions and add value to their companies. And we develop a kind of stepwise procedure. First, the 15% reduction on emissions. This is a no-brainer. This is just by small behavior changes. The next 30% is the so-called low-hanging fruits. So simple investments, nice paybacks. The next 10% already gets more challenging. It's payback is longer, more than 2 years, more than 5 years. So you have to ask for new financing tools which exist, but you have to run for it, you have to work for it. And then the remaining 40% maybe, which you cannot do by simple mechanisms, you have to have a strategic planning, maybe you have to relocate certain production units in your company, you have to cooperate with a neighboring company. This is getting more difficult. Or you have to organize PV on your roofs, you have to organize biogas as a part of your waste management. That is a little bit more complicated, but it's already the last 40%. The first 60, for me, it's low-hanging fruits, easy things. But even this is not happening if we look at the companies. And we have been working for the companies all over the world, all places, only not India so far, but all around you. And so far, we never met a company who's really perfect. Some are better, some are worse, but all have rooms for improvement. So in IT section, we can optimize 75%, lighting 70%, heat processing 30%, air conditioning 65%, pumping 30%, compressed air 50%, building environment up to 80%. So this is a standard knowledge. And it's more or less goes for all the companies in the world. So this is for all the young students looking for jobs. Go for the companies and develop systems for them to change this, to make money, and then they will leave some money for you to make a nice entrepreneurial living. Let's talk about pumps, for example. We change many pumps all over the world, and pumping change makes sense because 20% of the world electricity demand goes for pumping. And then if you look what kind of pumps we are using, they are normally old, they are not properly used, not properly maintained, and they normally are pumping the wrong material at the wrong time. So this is a lot of nonsense happening. So if we only focus on pumping, we could already contribute a lot to carbon reduction and a lot to saving of energy and a lot to adding value to the company and society. Many examples for this, like you see here, we always ending up with big analysis ending up with the savings. So we show the people, look, you save so many US dollars, net savings. Of course, carbon emission reduction is happening, all this, but the savings matter for the CEO and the CFO. They only will do it if the savings are there. They don't care for the climate change so much. They look for the economics. So we are working with economics, or this is basically for water saving in companies. So we payback, payback this is a very nice payback. Yeah? Those paybacks already get a little bit like for big companies like a hobby-like system because you want to pay back in 2 years or 3 years. So we have to change the kind of business behavior of those companies. They must accept paybacks of 6, 7, 8 years to install a sustainable mechanism, a sustainable management of resources. 8 and 7 years is also fine, but the banks must accept that the companies are going to invest in optimizing their systems, a payback of 6 or 7 years, or even 1 year if you go to China. And this is not enough to make a sustainable change because you have to significantly invest in changing the metabolism of those companies. Of course, we have to think about waste. Waste management must be resource management. Waste, to my opinion, is a management failure. It's educational failure. Waste is only the wrong material at the wrong time at the wrong place. So we phase out all those landfills. We go for industrial parks. Industrial parks, they are processing our so-called waste into resources. They create jobs, they reduce CO2 emissions, they create secondary resources, and all this is a part of circular economy, of course. Same with wastewater. Just to give an example, the blue part is an existing wastewater treatment plant. We switched this wastewater treatment plant to a energy positive wastewater treatment plant, means a carbon neutral wastewater treatment plant, by adding the red parts. So we modified it from an aerobic treatment to anaerobic treatment, basically. And this means we changed the old status here to the new status, energy independent. And you see there's energy consumption changed a little bit. The power production, the old status is 0. It's just consuming energy. The new change system has a power production, which is higher than the consumption, means we can sell energy even. So the wastewater treatment plants become energy producers. They are contributing to your carbon reduction targets. They're no longer putting a load on these targets. And then, of course, the costs. These are costs you have here because you use energy, you're not selling energy. Here, you use less energy, and you're selling some energy, so you have lower costs. And this translates in this situation. This is a basic situation of all our climate change investments, what we have. The business usual scenario at T0 today is normally more sexy. It's supposed to be cheaper, but look at the development. This is a 30-year development. So this treatment plant is cheap today, but it's becoming more and more expensive because only costs no income. Inflation, labor, energy costs, chemicals. And our new treatment plant has a higher investment because we're using new technologies. We use our engineers. We need to pay them for designing it. We have to buy new technologies. So we have a higher payback. The higher payback is putting a load on our economics in the first years. But you see how this develops. After 15 years, here we have a situation of payback. And then this is to say a never-ending saving. So we can give the people cheaper treatment costs, a low carbon emission or no carbon emission wastewater treatment system. So we use money and we use the ingredients of the wastewater more sense making. So we use our brain to handle wastewater. And this is something we need to change all over the world. And India with so many people, you have so much wastewater. China has so much wastewater. Europe, so much wastewater. If we just change this, it's a major contribution to global warming, avoidance of global warming. Air conditioning, a tremendous energy demand growing all over the world. And guess what? Those air conditioning systems are very, very inefficient. Most stupidly planned, most stupidly used, and money burners. You can easily reduce consumption by 52% or 65%. And then you have a payback of lower than 4 years with the half of the energy demand, with the same convenience, the same service, or even better service. But you have to go behind the scenes. You don't believe what people tell you. They're always lying about the material flows. Either they don't know or they don't want to tell you. So we have to train our students. They must be investigators. Don't believe, take your own notes, your own data, and calculate. And then finally for Germany, because we heard so many interesting things about India, which is for me very interesting because I don't know India so much. But there are studies for Germany telling us that 100% renewable immediately today, if we did it today, it would be more beneficial for our society and cheaper than fully changing from fossil to renewable. Fraunhofer Institute, this is a big research organization in Germany. They gave us 2 studies already in 10 years ago or 8 years ago. One is for electricity and heat, total switch to renewables. The costs would be 120 billion euro a year. Operation cost of a new renewable system. Today, our fossil system costs us 121 billion. But the difference is the quality of the money. This money is costing for importing fossil energies, have emissions, not really adding value. So it's just costing us. This money here is a payback on loans which we got from banks to install technologies, creating jobs by doing so. And these technologies are avoiding CO2 emissions. They give value to our regions because we have to totally refurbish our environment to collect renewable energies. So this money, from a value point of view, it's a totally different value. This is an investment paying back in the future. This is only costing us here and destroying our environment. I think you have the same situation in India. We have to think about what quality the money has, what we are injecting into our economy. Here, if we include mobility, heat, electricity, mobility, it's even more interesting. See, this is a yearly cost if we did this with 100% renewable energies, and this is the cost we actually have. Why is the difference much bigger than here? Because we are driving fossil engine cars, cars powered by fossil engines. Efficiency is below 18%, below 18%. So 80% of the fossil fuel we are wasting. They should put a warning on every fuel station. You're going to do something really stupid by fueling your car with fossil fuels, because it's a very wasteful thing. I'm not talking about CO2 emissions and the money you're wasting as well. That's why if we change to renewables, the economics are really interesting. And this is an 8-year-old study, so it's today even much better because, the costs for electric cars are lower and the costs for renewables are lower.
Sorry, sir, but your 15 minutes are up. Could you please conclude your talk?
Yes, I will finish 2 slides. This is basically what Germany needs to invest to keep up with the 2-degree target. And if we do so, then we have this huge investment here. This is investment, and this is the payback. The investment is a limited thing, and the payback is without limits. So if we invest this, then the society will be richer in the future, and the money will come back in many, 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 many times. So basically, climate change threatens our existence. Nobody's listening. You see those old guys sitting there, they're sleeping. Climate change threatens economy. People are really getting nervous because economy matters, money matters. And the good story is, to my opinion, is the better economy. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And of course, I'm happy to take more questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heck. That was a really good presentation and an insight on why circular economy is such a good economic option for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Heck.
You're welcome.
Please stay with us. We will have a question and answer session after 2 more talks. So Dr. Ashok Khosla, who could not join us earlier, is going to speak after the next presentation. So please stay with us for that presentation as well. So our next presentation is going to be done by Dr. Priyadarshini Karve. Let me quickly introduce her. So Dr. Priyadarshini Karve is the director of Samuchit Envirotech and national convener of the Indian Network on Ethics and Climate Change. She's actively involved in impairing education on sustainable development and climate-friendly lifestyles, and has been honored by several national and international awards. She will talk on leveraging low-carbon economy for green growth. Unfortunately, she could not be with us live today, so she has sent us a recording of her session.
Hello, I'm Priyadarshini Karve.
Yeah, please share the screen again with the video.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Priyadarshini Karve, and I'm going to talk about how we can leverage low carbon economic considerations to move towards green development. So let me share my screen. I represent Samuchit Envirotech and Indian Network on Ethics and Climate Change, or INEC. Although we may use the words like green development or whatever other fancy term, essentially what we are talking about is sustainability. And this is the popular depiction of sustainability, three circles intersecting with each other. This creates a few false impressions. Firstly, the circles are not really equal in size. Secondly, they cannot exist independently of each other. The real picture should look something like this. There is a big circle of the planet. People are part of the planet, and economic activity or profit making is something that one of the things that people do. So if we change this perception, we can automatically see that in any conflict between economy and environment, environment should be prioritized. If we think of the economic system that we are operating under at this point in time, it's only 200-year-old. In 19th century, after the Industrial Revolution, the kind of companies that we see around us started emerging. Now, at that point in time, these companies were blatantly profit driven. Think East India Company, for example. They had no issues in exploiting people as well as exploiting the environment in order to make profit. So throughout the 19th century, the business world sort of operated in this conflict of environment versus social welfare versus economy or versus profits for the businesses. And profits for the businesses were continuously being prioritized. This started changing in the 20th century because people revolted. The empires shrunk. Ideas like labor rights and human rights started emerging, and therefore the businesses were forced to become people friendly. So without losing the focus on profit making, how do you deliver social good? Some businesses have actually tried to make this happen, but most businesses have just focus on creating an impression of being people friendly while continuing to prioritize profit. And of course, the planet continued to be exploited throughout the 20th century. So we have seen this conflict in the 20th century, environment on one side and economy wearing a welfare mask. And this is what was called as economic growth or economic development. Because there was a tacit assumption there that if economy thrives, then social good will automatically be delivered. But we know that that doesn't happen. But that's how the conflict was played out. And again, in this case also, the economy continued to be prioritized. We are now seeing the next step in this process, where there is outwardly an acceptance or a realization that business activities, while making profit, should also be people friendly and planet friendly. And again, several businesses are genuinely trying to make this happen, trying to achieve what is called as the triple bottom line. Whereas many businesses, or I should say majority of businesses, are essentially indulging in what is called as greenwashing, where you create an impression that you are being planet friendly without actually doing anything about this. So this is the tussle that is playing out in this century, and terms like green growth emerge from this, and that's why I feel a bit uncomfortable about using that terminology. But keeping that aside, with this background, if we take a step back and try to think about what should be the agenda that should drive the business world in the 21st century. The 21st century agenda actually has two parts to it. The one part is ensuring decent quality of life for all, which is not really a 21st century agenda, it's an all-time agenda. But one agenda which is very specifically 21st century agenda is that of addressing climate change. We now know that the very existence of human civilization beyond this century depends on our ability to avoid catastrophic climate change in this century. So we need to move to a fossil fuel free economy by 2100. That's what will avoid catastrophic climate change and ensure our continued survival. As far as decent quality of life is concerned, our first global attempt in that direction was the Millennium Development Goals. But there, a fatal mistake was made of not even mentioning energy as a part of that. That entire framework was succeeded by the Sustainable Development Goals framework, SDGs, which do include a goal focusing on energy. There is a sort of a consensus among development professionals, experts, that affordable and equitable access to a minimum level of energy services will move us fairly close to actually ensuring decent quality of life for everyone. So energy is a key factor there. But how do you reconcile between these two things? Because right now, about 85% of the energy that we use globally is coming from fossil fuels. So on one hand, we need to broaden the energy usage, but on the other hand, we need to move away from fossil energy. So how to reconcile between these two? That's a big problem, and the whole thing becomes even more complicated because of the business agenda, which is still stuck in the 19th century and continues to focus on profit making. It is my submission that the solution actually exists and everybody is aware of, but what is lacking is the will to acknowledge that solution and to start moving in that direction. The solution that I am talking about is localization. It's time for us to change track and move from globalization towards localization. If we localize our economic activity, then businesses would be catering to local communities by using local material resources, local energy sources, and local human resources. How does this help us achieve the 21st century agenda? If you are using local material resources, your supply chains are shorter, your energy demand also goes down. But more interestingly, you start seeing as a business that it is actually more profitable to conserve your material base rather than exploit it. That's an important shift in thinking. If you want to localize your energy use, then unless you are in a place where fossil fuels are actually being dug out from the ground, you have to shift towards decentralized renewables. And in order to make that shift effectively, you have to adopt high efficiency. So your operations will become more efficient and therefore more profitable by making this transition. If you are relying on local human resources, you are participating in equitable wealth generation. And you again start seeing that having a happy and healthy local community is essential for you to continue to make profit. So these shifts in thinking will ensure that while businesses are finding it very hard to give up their prioritization of profit making, now the profit making itself depends on conservation of the environment and delivering social good. So that is why localization is the solution that we need to implement. However, I must point out that what I'm talking about here is a sort of a globalized localization. Firstly, this local is not defined by political boundaries, but it has to be defined by ecosystems. So, for example, slogans like Make America Great Again or even Atmanirbhar Bharat do not represent the local that is being talked about here. Here, local means, for example, the watershed of a river, which may transcend international boundaries. So that's an important point. Secondly, this localization cannot succeed unless there is globalization of knowledge. So we actually need more collaboration and more cooperation globally in knowledge accumulation, preservation, generation, transmission in order to make this localization happen. So these are important points according to me, which don't get talked about enough. So essentially, this is a transformative change that needs to happen. And change like this doesn't happen overnight. So what are the baby steps that we can take at this point in time in order to start moving in this direction? And that is where the so-called low carbon economic considerations come into picture. I believe that urgently we need a massive campaign for raising climate literacy in general public. At the same time, we need a major push for making carbon accounting a common business practice. Business decisions should not be driven only by cash flow considerations, but also by carbon flow considerations. These are the two things which need to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. In that sense, I'm calling this urgent. Another thing that does need to happen, but it is not as urgent as perhaps these two things, is formalizing climate education. And this has to start at the higher education level and then move down towards school level. What is today happening is we are not doing enough for the urgent things. And as far as formalizing climate education is concerned, not enough is happening at the university education level. A lot is happening at the school education level. So our kids know more about climate change than the adults. And what is happening as a result of that is that children are coming out on the street and demanding that their future be protected, whereas the adults who have the ability to do that are clueless and don't know what to do. So it's actually cruel to talk about climate change in a school classroom when it is not being talked about in, say, an MBA classroom. So that needs to change. This is one area where the approach has to be top to bottom rather than bottom to top. So this is a sort of a 4-point low carbon agenda, which I believe will get us going towards that particular goal of sustainability or the so-called green development. The two organizations that I work with, Samuchit Envirotech and the Indian Network on Ethics and Climate Change, we are trying to do our bit in all of these areas. But we are a small group of people. We need more people to join us in this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshini Karve. That was actually a video presentation from her. If she's available here for the question and answer session, please stand back because we have Dr. Ashok Khosla with us, who's ready now to give his talk. So Dr. Ashok Khosla, if you're available, I'd just like to introduce you again briefly, and you can proceed with your talk.
Before you do that, we're running so late. Are you sure you will still want me to talk? Because we've heard some terrific presentations. They've really, they've covered very solid ground. I've learned a lot today, and I'm just wondering whether you need another 20 minutes because you're quite probably saturated, and we are running late. So I have no objection to your, continuing with the rest of the program, because I can see you will not finish anywhere near on time.
Yeah, we can add a little bit of extension. Perhaps you could say a couple of words, what you had intended to do, or perhaps you could close the session in your own words.
Dr. Khosla, we are looking forward to your talk. Please don't deprive us from that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Am I able to share the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, we can see your screen now. Thank you, sir.
Oops. No, I've got a problem again.
So we could see the presentation.
You could, but it was on the wrong end. Now I'm just going to set it up again. Okay. Now you can. So I was going to share with you a few ideas, and I come after such a distinguished set of colleagues who've talked about virtually everything that needs to be talked about. I will try and move fairly quickly through what I was going to share with you, which adds only a few points that are, I think, important, but by and large, it will be a bit repetitive, and I hope you will forgive me for that. I'm going to talk about the resource problem, its impacts very briefly, and the causes behind it. Some sustainable solutions, though Peter and others have covered a lot of those, and so I won't go into too much detail. And then the whole issue of resource efficiency, which is not just about energy efficiency and carbon emission reduction, but actually it's about material efficiency, because all the energy, virtually all the energy that we use other than for lighting and a little bit of heating, is for moving things around. And so, it's largely a question of reducing material use as much as reducing energy use to get carbon emission reduction, and what kinds of policies. So let me talk about the resource issue. We live in a very rapidly urbanizing world. In the last 100 years, construction materials have been extracted at a rate 34 times what they were 100 years ago. Ores and minerals, 27 times, biomass, 4 times. And the total material extraction leads to GHG emissions when it's extracted and used by a factor of 13. Now, in the 21st century India, there are basic facts we cannot ignore. Population will be growing to 1.6, 1.7 billion by mid-century. Per capita consumption will continue to grow at rates 5, 6, 7%, maybe more. Poverty and hunger are pretty well endemic. We haven't been able to solve them in 70 years. And in fact, they are probably as bad, if not worse today, in numerical terms, in absolute terms, as they were at the time of independence.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we cannot see your screen.
You cannot? You cannot see my screen?
Could you please share it again?
All right. Can you see it?
Yes, it's visible now.
It's visible? All right, I'm not going to go back to the beginning, so let me just continue from here.
Sure.
So basically, what I was saying is that India faces some pretty heavy-duty challenges on economic, on social, and on material development fronts. And we're losing ground on every front, including topsoils, forests, and a variety of other things intensified by climate and biodiversity crises. Resource use usually goes up. Material resource and energy resource use usually goes up pretty well inexorably, logarithmically, exponentially, as things grow. And we talk about the Kuznets curve, that it comes down after a while, it flattens out and maybe even comes down, but it is not showing any signs of that at the moment. So whether it's poor countries like Ghana or Vietnam, whether it's growing countries like China, Brazil, Thailand, or it's rich countries like France, Switzerland, or USA, resources just keep growing. And India is pretty well at the bottom end of this. So, if we follow the normal development patterns, we will be really obliterating the planet with our need for resources. The reason that I would like to suggest a few additions to what has already gone on is, as I said a little earlier, when you talk about carbon emissions, you talk about energy, when you talk about energy, you're talking really fundamentally about materials. And our calculations show that material use has not only got to slow down, it has to come down by a very, very large factor for us to have a sustainable future. At one calculation, we feel, my colleagues in Germany and in Europe and in India feel that it has to come down by a factor of 10 if we have a fighting chance of a sustainable future. I don't know what happened here. I'm stuck. Materials, metal, this is a graph of metal use by country. These are the countries on the right-hand side. This is the amounts on the y-axis and different kinds of metals on the x-axis. And you will basically see that India is way, way down in terms of its use of metals. The world average is way above that. And of course, modern industrialized nations use far, far more. And we are now living in, as I said, a very rapidly growing urbanized world. We're going to have 3 times the area under cities in 2030 that we had in the year 2000. And that means that roughly in those 30 years, we will have rebuilt a whole new city world that existed at the time. This is a famous graph made famous by Bill Gates, which shows that in the 3 years, 2011 to 2013, China used more cement than US did in the entire 100 years of the 20th century. So you can see basically that things are rapidly increasing. What's going to happen with India? Because India is going to need to build even more buildings and infrastructure and so on. So let's look at the impacts. The impacts are, as you all know, extinction of species, climate change, desertification, resource extraction, massive destruction of the environment and of landscapes. Basically, our natural areas and resources are under great, great threat. And people's lives are totally disrupted by displacement from where they used to have lives and livelihoods to now. And then, of course, there's also the question of depletion of resources. Topsoils, phosphorus resources, phosphates, fish resources, water supplies, virtually everything is under major threat of total depletion. And the way we're going, we're also choosing technologies and approaches that lock future generations into these patterns, not just for decades, but possibly for centuries. Our roads, networks, the way we use energy and materials is actually binding future generations into non-sustainable ways of living. What are the root causes of ours? I think previous speakers have covered them, particularly Dr. Karve, very fundamental issues of consumption, of production systems, of income distribution, of basically the great disparity that exists in the world, which leads to huge problems. You know, in the old days, 20 years ago, in 1990, when that Human Development Report was published first by UNDP, you had the previous diagram, which we call the champagne glass theory of development, with a 20% or 30%, 20% of people getting about 80 or 90% of the assets and income of the world. Today, we don't talk about 20 and 80 anymore. We talk about 1%. Within the last 25, 30 years, the disparities have grown so great that complete destruction of societies, and now, because of that, for the reasons that Dr. Karve was explaining, the environmental threats have increased. Dr. Sengupta talked about the ecological footprint, which has grown since independence by a factor of about 4 or 5. And today it runs at 1.8, 1.9, which means we're using up the resources of 2 Indias virtually every year. And there is the whole question of how much growth we can have without destroying the very basis of that growth. Sustainable solutions, well, this is really basically the Kuznets curve, which says that you have societies that are poor and clean have to go through a period of becoming richer and dirtier, and then with their excess profits and surpluses that they generate, they can then pay for cleaning up, and then they can become rich and clean. Well, we don't have the ability to do that anymore. Perhaps that was possible in the US or in Europe, but now it is not possible because of all the reasons I mentioned earlier. So we need to figure out ways to tunnel through. So the development alternatives that we're looking for is how do we tunnel through from being poor to being reasonably prosperous, have everybody in our societies live decent and fulfilling lives, and to do that without having to destroy nature in the process. So this means that we've got to face a totally different approach. The amount of carbon emission per head that we have calculated in IPCC is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is how much material resources per capita we would be able to have in order to attain that carbon emission. And that comes to around 6 tons per capita per year. It will probably end up by being lower than that. And the industrialized countries, which use something of the order of 70, 80 tons per year per capita, and the developing countries, which are much, much lower, are all going to have to make a transition in order to reduce quite drastically, even with the poor countries, the emissions that they have. And instead of the champagne glass or the bar stool that I showed you, what we really need is a glass of water or a glass of beer or something, which has a more meaningful distribution of income for everyone, which is the only way we can decouple the impacts of economic development from resource use, energy, and materials. This graph is about plotting an ecological footprint on the x-axis and human development index on the y-axis. And obviously, you want a society in which you have a low ecological footprint and a high human development index, which means you should be in the top left-hand corner, the green part of it. Well, actually, no country in the world basically gets anywhere. Cuba is the only one that came close, was in that quadrant for a little while. But basically, all of us are either here, like in India, at the bottom of the scale for both ecological footprint and human development index, or we're way outside by taking up and destroying nature. So we need different kinds of approaches. This building that you see and is behind me is actually the headquarters of my organization. And it's built almost entirely out of recycled materials. It's what you would call a tribute to circularity. Its use of virgin materials is less than 20% of the total materials used. It's made almost entirely out of recycled materials like demolition waste, like fly ash from power stations, coal-fired power stations, like stone dust from mining operations, and almost all of it is made out of waste materials or recycled materials. We need triple impact technology packages of that type, whether it's in construction, whether it's in mobility, whether it's in agriculture. We've got to now find ways in which we can do much better choice of technologies to make these things work. And then, of course, there's always renewable energy that we need. We need to recycle our water systems. We need to use nature. Biomimicry is going to have to be fundamentally the basis of the future innovations for sustainability. You see this termite hill on the left. Well, that building on the right, which is a building in Harare in Zimbabwe, which is the greenest building in Africa, was built using the principles that the termites use to protect their termite queen and maintain a fixed temperature throughout the year of 24 degrees inside that tower. And this building on the right in Harare is actually the only building there which doesn't use air conditioners because it's been built using natural principles. These beetles that you see on the right there are nature's secret technology for pulling water out of the air. And the University of Oxford, a professor has developed a fabric based on learnings from that beetle, which basically pull water vapor out of the air. So we have a lot of things that we can learn from nature, including making new kinds of cement, including new kinds of automobiles and so on. So we've already talked about the circular economy, so I won't go into that. But basically, it means renewables, it means reusing, it means recycling, but it also means much more sophisticated things like refurbishing and remanufacturing, and of course, ultimately, conserving, of not using. And all of these are fundamental. The fifth area that I thought I'd just share with you quickly is how to get resource efficiency. This is the basis of achieving all 17 SDGs is going to have to use efficiency of resources. And about 4 years ago, we published a report from the International Resource Panel for G7, which outlined few basic messages. The first core message was that resource efficiency is feasible and it is a win-win. It is the best way to achieve a good part of your climate objectives. Resource efficiency is essential to meeting the SDGs. Key message number 2 is resource efficiency is a must for climate targets. Resource means also material efficiency. Decarbonization is the same as decoupling, and there are many ways to do that, as many people have shown. The third key message is that resource efficiency is actually very good for jobs and economy, something that Dr. Karve described very, very clearly. The fourth message we gave the G7 was that there are many, many options for more resource efficiency-based outcomes. And fifth, that higher resource efficiency is very practical. It's being done and achieved, as Peter Heck showed in very clear terms. So what are the enabling policies? There are limits to the market. The market alone cannot do this. If the prices do not reflect true value and costs of resources, you're not going to get the right answers. If the rewards to capital are out of scale with other inputs, you're not going to get the right answers. If managers are incentivized to make short-term decisions, and all those other ifs that Deepak Dasgupta was talking about, you're not going to get the right answers. Realizing the full potential for carbon emission reduction means that we've got to now have a totally different mix of markets and public policy and, of course, civil society. Civil society is a crucial part of this equation. We need much better information. This is Sankey's diagram, which shows in Metro Manila how the resources and the energy flows through a city. And we've got to be able to find resources, money, finance, to do the kinds of research that you need in order to get things right. So I come close to the end by saying there are things that we have to do at the international level, agreements, SDGs, UN processes, all the kinds of things that are going on, including the Paris Agreement, etc. But we also have to do things at the local and national level, which the previous speakers talked about. The growth of resource productivity is not difficult. If you look here, you will see that resource productivity in the modern sector, in the industrial sector, has grown in all countries, and India is not doing too badly. In fact, it's significantly above the global average, in part because it's a latecomer. It's been able to access newer technologies, which are inherently more resource efficient, and therefore it has been able to take advantage of not being the first mover. resource productivity, I believe, is meaningful only if it also raises human productivity and the well-being for all. And as Gandhiji would have said, efficiency is meaningful only if it is built on sufficiency. There is not enough in this world for even one man's greed. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashok Khosla. This was a brilliant, brilliant presentation for all of us. Professor Malik, could you please give some concluding remarks for Dr. Khosla's presentation?
Yes, not just Dr. Khosla, that of course was wonderful, but I think this whole session was very informative, and I'm very grateful for all the experts to have come and contributed. I think we have been enriched this evening in the context of how economy and environment can be synergized, can be working together, and that has been the great lesson of today. I'd like to thank each and every invited speaker. I think every session, every presentation has been a rich source of information. We will follow up with whatever you have given. And of course, tomorrow, please join us with the other two sessions, which I'm sure will be equally informative and rewarding.
Sir, we're just going to take a couple of questions from the audience.
Yeah, you can
take for the speaker.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first question I think is more suitable to Dr. Deepak Dasgupta and Dr. Peter Heck. You can answer this question from your own different perspectives. What do you think about carbon credits as a financial instrument? And could you elaborate on other financial instruments that could help in ecological growth?
Well, if I may start, the carbon credits for us are very important. We have been doing CDM and joint orientation for a long time, so we suffer through all those different carbon credit prices. But of course, if you go for a loan, a bank loan, it's very interesting to get a down payment on carbon emission certificates to organize your equity for the bank loan. So this can make the difference between a normal system, business as usual system, and a very innovative next practice system, because this increments lacking maybe to make it sexy for the economic market for the business people. This could come from the carbon credits, basically. And of course, there's a lot of other funding things. If you go for real sustainable systems like no waste systems, like wastewater reduction or reuse or avoidance systems, then normally World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Asia Development Bank, they give you better conditions because they know there's more employment involved. There is a more sustainable money scheme involved. So the money is revolving in the region. You inject the money, and the money is staying in the region because you always generate something, a new value, a new resource. Could be energy, could be material. You're avoiding secondary pollution problems. That's why the funding conditions get better if you go for a real sustainable product. And of course, there are many people today, green investment funds, divestments happening, so decarbonizing, the funds looking for projects who really can show and prove and certify that they are lowering CO2 emissions. And lowering on a gold standard level means lowering CO2 emissions and creating high value jobs. That's why, from my experience, when the other previous speakers said it, there is actually no alternative to this. It's economic, but we need to have new economic systems. In the chat, people mentioned this. Governments have to adapt themselves to this new system. So change some policies, change some laws, but this is not impossible. And then I think we will have a lot of nice instruments at hand. And then we only need the people developing projects. You know, right now in Europe, we have much, much more cheap money than good project ideas. So the lack of ideas and projects, and this I think we can hand on to our students. They have a lot of time and great brains to develop projects.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heck. Dr. Dasgupta, could you please touch upon the question? Should I repeat it?
I think carbon credits are quite fundamental, but we have a lot of problems with that. in the sense that somebody has to pay to be able to give carbon credits to those who are making decisions. And there are two parts of this problem. One is that the rich countries of the world have 80% of the savings and resources. They've already crossed. In Germany, there's an excess of savings. And the places like India doesn't have the resources to be able to pay. So you've got to have a system whereby we can bridge this excess savings in places which have no way of using the resources financially and transferring it. And carbon taxes is often proposed as a way of paying for it, but we found that carbon emissions trading systems and others, taxes, it'll take time for us to prepare that. So what we are thinking about is proposing a different concept, which is a social value of mitigation and adaptation actions, or sustainable certificates for social value. So as society starts to recognize, you can attach these certificates to projects that are coming, and hopefully at some point of time, it has to start with government studying cross-border mechanisms to allow that to happen. So let me stop there.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful answer. We have another question coming in for perhaps Dr. Ashok Khosla and Dr. Priyadarshini Karve, who has now joined us. Maybe they could also answer this question with their own different perspectives. The question is as it goes: would affluent people care about adopting sustainable practices when they are doing well as is? Similarly, would poor people who are struggling for basic necessities try to live a more sustainable life, even if they are educated about environmental concerns?
Well, would you like me to say something?
Yes, Dr. Khosla, could you answer this question?
This is a question that reflects how human psychology works. And, you know, I don't want to be too cynical about it, but the rich will probably do only that which is in their own self-interest. And so unless we couch this as a proposition that helps them see that they're fairly immediate, and we're not talking about second generation, third generation, fairly immediate, their lives and their maybe children's lives are going to suffer if they don't do it right and will benefit if they do. But I don't really see people who have made it big in their lives in terms of improved sort of status in the economy are going to change very much. But the poor, that I'm not sure. I think that question needs to be unasked. That the poor are already hugely conserving of resources. I mean, what resources do they use? They do overutilize certain very fragile resources like topsoil and maybe firewood and so on, which can have an impact, which is lasting and not good. But they're doing that out of the exigencies of survival. They're not doing that because they wish to. I very rarely met poor people in villages who say we want to cut down the forest. They do that because they've got really very little choice. So I'm not sure that these arguments apply to people who are living close to the edges of existence. But for the rich, we've got to figure out ways in which to make them feel that it's in their interest somehow.
Thank you, Dr. Khosla. Dr. Priya, ma'am, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Should I repeat the question for you?
No, I got the question, and I mostly agree with what Dr. Khosla said, that the question about the poor is a totally wrong one to ask. They are anyway sustainable. Nearly 80% of the resources are being used by the top 20% people. So it is, unless they start changing, things are not going to really change much. And if we want the rich to change, then I think what is missing right now is the big picture vision, which nobody is really talking about. Somebody in another conference asked me that why would rich people choose sustainability? So my answer to that is that whether you want or not, whether you choose or not, human civilization by the end of this century is going to be sustainable. It's just a matter of whether it is going to be 2 billion people sustainable or 10 billion people sustainable. Because the path, I mean, if everything collapses, then it will automatically rebuild sustainably, because a lot of people are going to die. So it then sort of, if you distill it down to individual thinking, then if instead of going from 8 billion to 10 billion, if we are going to go from 8 billion to 2 billion, that effectively means that for the immediate next generation, the chance of reaching the expected human lifespan is only 25%. Do you want to create that kind of a chance for yourself if you are young, or for your next generation if you are old? So it's as simple as that. It's important to bring out that stark reality in the public discourse. That is what is needed for people to start thinking seriously on along these lines. That this shift to sustainable lifestyle is choosing survival for ourselves. That's it. I mean, there are no two ways about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Priya ma'am. We have gone literally out of time now. So I would like to conclude today's conference by thanking all the speakers that have spoken excellently on their topics, starting from the first session and also before that, the inaugural address from Dr. Rajiv Kumar, giving his own insight and brief idea of how India should develop as a developing nation, followed by the setting remarks by Dr. Amitav Malik. So I would really like to thank the speakers again who have joined us for this day's conference: Dr. Chirag Dara, Dr. Ran Prasad Singh Gupta, Dr. Gurudas Nulkar, Dr. Ashok Khosla, Dr. Deepak Dasgupta, Dr. Peter Heck, and of course, Dr. Priyadarshini Karve. I thank you wholeheartedly for joining this conference and giving your excellent professional insights into this topic. And hopefully we can translate this into some sort of action in the future. So we really hope for your cooperation post the conference, where we try to come up with a policy paper that can drive government change. Professor Malik, would you like to say some concluding remarks?
There's nothing much to say after all this is over. We continue tomorrow. From my side, again, thank you very much, all the speakers. Thank you very much, all the participants. And of course, I must say thank you, my ECC team. You have done a fantastic job. So thank you very much. Goodbye and good night for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.